What's up, everybody? This is Wes. We're about to get started on this final table. Got 2 minutes to go. Thank you, everybody, for showing up to see this final table live stream at Prime Social. Do you guys have friends? Looks like people are saying, go Nikki. Are you guys friends? Anybody here have friends sitting at this final table? Who you guys got? One and a half minutes. Nikki. Nikki's got a lot of fans. Or maybe she's got a lot of alt accounts. Got a couple Derek votes and a Paul vote. We're just getting a response as to who everybody's rooting for. There's a lot of Nikki fans.
Who are my people from the UK in here tonight? Tonic, what's up? Wes,
What is up?
how are you?
We are 20 seconons away
20
from the
seconds.
most exciting final table in Texas this week.
Woo woo! We're gonna have some fun at this final table, that's for sure.
Got a Jeff vote,
Jeff,
not a vote.
nada.
Jeff's short. Has about 15 big blinds. I was talking to him before.
Maida Dog
got
says,
started.
let's go. Nikki's your big sis. All right, well we have started. As you can just see right here. Everyone, this is Wes and Reese here in the booth at Prime Social. This is our, Enchanted Xmas kickoff. $250 buy-in, 50K guarantee. Went way past the guarantee.
What was the final?
I think it was like 115.
Was that? Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah, like 115.
I thought it would be
20K for first.
I thought it would be 100K.
Yeah. Yeah, I surpassed the 100K. Hello, Miss Lisa. How are you? Well, that's good that she has a lot of supporters. Not a problem with that. The more supporters, the merrier. So if you guys have never seen these cards before, they're RFID cards, where are a little bit fatter, a little bit thicker. Oh, there we go.
Holiday weight.
Game Tonic, thank you for the host. Greatly appreciate it. And, yeah, if the players don't put the cards in the boxes, we don't always read them, so we'll do the best we can.
If the players don't put the cards in the box, we will make something up.
Yes, I like that. Can we ink up the winning hand too, Wes?
Yeah. And 7 deuce scoops.
Yeah. Can we please see that tonight? Can we see a 7 deuce just
go
for it? I don't know about the whole pants off thing, but let's see what happens. I don't know if that's like an inside joke or something.
One leg off at a time.
One leg off at a time. Don't take off the socks though, right? Leave the socks on.
Well, I
Socks
know
and shoes
Jason
on.
Somerville used to joke about, you don't even have to wear pants if you play on the internet. So maybe that's a Somerville fan.
It could be. All right, and here we are. Okay, that's the second time I've heard it called a dirty
That was from the
diaper.
World Series main
Okay.
event. The guy that was playing it. Apparently, there's some other names for it, but that's the one where he was from.
It's the second time I've heard that this
He
week.
bluffed kings on an ace-high board with it, and he just had like a wheel draw maybe,
Okay.
like with like a couple tables left.
So I know Justin here in seat 1. He's from Las Vegas. Do we want to go around the board real quick? Just
Yeah, let's go around. We looked these guys up on their Hinda mobs. If people are curious,
Sure.
Just to see what kind of final tables and results they've had so far. Are these in order? Justin Zager, is that? Let's just do their first name. Justin.
Yep. That's
37,000.
Okay.
We got
and he's from Vegas.
Jeff
he's
in
got
seat
grandma
2
watching
with-
from Florida right now.
Okay. Jeff in seat 2, $366,000 in tournament
Nice.
earnings. So we got a monotone flop. King 10-4, all clubs with one person has one club.
And it's
But it's good
Louisiana.
enough because it's the second nut.
Yup.
Middle pair, ace 10 is probably not too excited about this spot, but in a tournament, you're not just going to fold right away.
No.
Looks like there was a bet and
And
a raise.
how about
That's
having
a
some
pretty
action?
good. Now you're feeling
Yeah,
a
now
little
you're
bit
feeling
better.
it.
Because even if the guy has a flush or makes a flush, it's possible that you would make a full house.
Yeah.
So it-
Here we go.
Jerome does make a full house, but Derek, we will not call him Louisiana Animal, at least I won't. He's not going to call. Well, who knows? I shouldn't say he's not going to do
Yeah, I
or
don't know.
he is going to do. But
I
he
know
doesn't
this
have a
Derek
hand.
and Louisiana Animal, so I'll call it out.
let's go to seat 3 while we're seeing this
Yes.
river
That's
action.
Nikki, right?
Nada. Well,
Nada.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have them
No,
written
it's
down.
Nada. Okay.
Yeah,
So that's
it's
Nada.
Nada.
Yeah.
Nada has 56,000 in tournament earnings.
Which one was actually just the
Very
last
recently,
past
yes.
series here, so.
Then we
Shout out,
have
Miss
Jerome. Jerome with 135. He's a dealer, then the traveling dealer. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the right guy.
Yep.
135.
then
Sean must be.
Sean's a dealer here.
Oh, I've
at
got.
Prime Social.
Is Sean number 4? Jerome was
He's 5. Yeah, Jerome's.
I have him backward. No, that's.
No, you're good.
Okay, Sean has 34,000 in tournament earnings. Adam,
Also someone.
17,000.
Who's also a dealer here.
Then-
Shout out Mr.
Man,
Pearson.
dealer's doing good.
Yeah.
Derek, 129,000 in tournament earnings. We don't have data for Nikki. Anybody
No.
out there know?
Yeah, anyone know? Yeah.
Anybody out there know what Nikki's?
We're getting a lot of hard
Is this her first
go
final
Nickies.
table?
Yeah.
There's so many people rooting for her. I can't imagine
I
this
know,
is the
right?
first time.
Yeah, I can't imagine it either.
And then Paul, rounding out the field with $1,600 tournament earnings.
Yeah, nice little flex there. I'm excited. Lord bangers?
So here's what you do,
Okay.
Reese.
Yes.
You don't read everything that chat types until you've processed it.
Gotcha.
Because it could be really bad. So this is the tip.
Gotcha.
So you don't want to look at something and go, Lord?
And no,
bangers?
it's funny because they
Lord
said that a lot
Lord
last night.
bangers?
They said that a lot last night. Full tilt tack. Let's go, Adam. That is Adam Pearson.
So you guys can see them from this side. Oh, you read it from here.
Oh, it's her Twitch name. Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, does she stream? I mean,
Interesting. No, we look her up. No stream, no nothing like that. First time. Well, let's see how she does. Louis Animals.
so then
going
all
to-
you guys are her followers then.
Yeah, I like it. She streams on Game and Time. Awesome.
I'm confused.
They're just saying they're all here from that stream. It's like a
So
stream.
she's a mod on.
Yeah.
She's not a streamer. She's part of the game in Tourney. Did you ever
Yeah,
watch
I
when Boyd, professional poker player Dutch Boyd, was doing live streams on Twitch? Did you ever watch that?
No.
He was doing them with his wife, tag team, kind of like a radio show.
Okay.
It was actually probably one of the best ideas I've ever
Sounds
seen.
like a really good idea.
He'd be playing, and she would just be, she's watching, the live on her computer, and they were face to face, and they would just talk about the hand, or they talk about, not during hands,
Right.
but talk about what's going on, and then talk about, whatever else, like we're going to talk about as it comes up. It was actually the best idea to have two people while one person's playing that I've seen. They just didn't get a big following, but it was actually pretty interesting. So that's what I'm thinking. She's become a character because she's one of the mods and
Nice.
is part of the
I like
stream.
it.
And I was just remembering that Dutch used to have a dual stream that he did. They don't do it anymore, but I felt like it had a chance, had some legs. It had legs. It could have gone somewhere. Oh, Derek with the ace king. Blinds are 20 and 40. He has 1.1 million. So he's not super deep. He made a fairly big raise, in my opinion. So when you're this short, this final table is not one of the super deep main event where you've got everyone with 30 plus big blinds, right?
Sure.
The average is a little bit over 20 big blinds. And
Yeah, we could see 3 players.
so
out of-
normally you would want to, because your stack is shorter, you tend to raise a smaller amount because you want to risk less and less of your stack with every play.
Sure.
Ace king isn't aces. It's not the nuts. It's possible you raise and it comes 4, 5, 10, and you don't
You've
really
already
know
put
what to
that money
do,
in the
right?
pot. Yeah,
So
exactly.
I'm kind of surprised to see Derek raise to 110. He was in the cutoff. He didn't really have a lot of people behind him that he has to worry about. I'm surprised he didn't just min raise and play against the big blind.
Maybe it's a table read. He's been playing with these players for a couple hours now, or at least as of today. They restarted at 1 o'clock.
I mean, it's a
so
good,
maybe
and it's a
table
good
read.
hand. It's not that you're,
Right.
worried about, but just in general, that's the general philosophy you see these days. Is as stacks are shorter, you should raise smaller.
No, I agree. But also, Derek's been in his position. I think he's also kind of openly, hey, I'm going to be a little aggressive and just kind of do it until they start calling me out on it.
Well, what's
right?
funny is
So,
I agree with his sizing with maybe a worse hand.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Ace 10 offsuit. Now I understand what you're doing.
Gotcha.
Ace king, it's one of those hands where you're not going to get away on very many flops. Ace
Gotcha.
10, if someone 3-bets you just snap full.
Sure.
But Ace king, you're going to go, you're going to call, you're going to re-raise, you're going to put money in the pot,
Yep.
maybe start out a little bit smaller, but, that's just my feeling.
Saeed and M. Mac, Texas. Thank you both for the subscription on YouTube. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the family.
Okay, so I guess he was on the button because now he's in the cutoff. So he's got Jack 10. And now he min raises.
To 85,000.
So I agree with that concept. Is
Sure.
he's got a very risky hand, but you're in a tournament. You need to take all the chips you can. The problem, if there's a problem in the cutoff, is you do have the button behind you.
Yeah.
So you could also argue that you could make it a little bit bigger to make sure the cutoff
To
doesn't
raise
come
some in that
along.
position,
You
sure.
want to play this heads up or just steal the blinds. But the 85K, that's probably more of the standard raise size that I expect to see out of him in this final table. I was surprised at the 110. So it does look like
Yeah, and
he
you
is
don't
going to
wanna
be
lose
min raising
chips. Right,
most of
yeah.
his hands. It's possible, on the button, there is also a theory that everyone knows you're stealing, so you might as well make it bigger. But with Ace King, you kind of want people to think you are stealing.
Sure.
So maybe he thought bigger would look
More
a little
fishy?
bit more bluffy.
Yeah, sure.
But you also have to assume that the players on your left are going to make big plays. And
Yeah.
if you don't, you might as well just min raise it.
I like this stream chat, guys. It's kind of going. I like it.
What are the payouts?
Question, exclamation mark payouts, and you should be able to see it, but hold on.
There it goes. 20K for first place.
Oh, that's it right there.
So you can see it in chat.
Not too shabby. Wes, $250.
Nope.
Now, did we fire a bullet in this?
I fired 3 bullets, and it was very frustrating. Yeah, so I did get a stack up to 100K twice, and just had some weird spots. One of them I bluffed half of it away. That's my own fault. And then it's one of those where you bluff half of it away, and then you get really unlucky after that, and you're just like, it seems like you got cheated even though you bluffed half your stack
Sure.
away.
C-Boy237, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Prime
Man,
Fans.
Derek's just getting the cards.
Oh,
Easy
yeah.
to play when you're getting the cards.
Ace
I'm
queen,
assuming this is going to be an $85,000 raise, but we shouldn't assume. But there it is. So he is sticking with it. That's good. It's good to see. Now he's up against Justin with a bigger hand.
Okay.
But this is why the min raise is good, because now you're going to get re-raised, and it's not going to be a crazy size. You know, if he had made it at 110, this guy might raise it to 300.
300.
You know, and those, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but that 80,000 in chips that you save, that's going to change the entire pot size. Let's just say they had 5 million in front of them and they played this pot out. That 80,000 changes what the guy bets on the flop, turn,
Absolutely.
river,
Yeah.
and it can actually keep this pot smaller, which you want to do in a tournament when you don't have the nuts.
Oh.
Looks like he thinks it's good enough to see a flop, and I agree.
Okay. Brandon Gradell, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Prime Family.
So I will say, anytime that you put 10% of your stack in pre-flop, it's very possible you could be all in by the river if each street is bet. So that's one thing that you should be thinking about when you call with ace-queen. If you hit an ace, you might be all in by the river.
And these stacks are literally almost identical right now.
Yeah.
So this is the point where...
This is great for Derek. He's in position, and he flopped the best hand. If I'm Derek, I'm just going to call.
What range are you putting Justin on right now if you're Derek?
There's a lot of pocket pairs that would want to do
Okay.
this. King, queen also. But, of course, the one he has, which is ace-king, which is what Derek's hoping he has. I think Derek should have maybe... I don't know. This is just my own opinion. If he had tanked quite a bit longer and then called, it might look like he had something like tens or jacks or something. Of course, that would still scare Justin at this point with the jack on the turn. If I'm Justin... I feel like this is a good time to check call. You know, you turned your gutter. You're not going to bluff anybody off of anything other than something like pocket nines or eights.
Sure.
So if he goes for it at this point, I would think that's what he's trying to do. If he checks, then he's kind of hoping Derek checks behind and that he gets a free chance at a 10, king, or ace. And he does check, it looks like. Oh, is it his option now? Sorry.
Yeah, it's his option. Oh, no.
No, he checked.
No, he bet out. Justin bet out 360.
Oh, he did bet.
Yeah.
So this is the point we're looking at. So now, anything that looks like an ace, anything
is
that
an ace.
Justin does now is all in. So he put 10% of his stack in pre-flop. He's pretty happy he finally hit this ace. He's got to stick it all in. And this is going to be a huge, huge double for Derek.
This might put Justin almost to the point where he's out of tournament. If not, he's going to have maybe 100,000 chips behind. If that?
Based on what would the start? Who was the start? I mean, Derek has to be the chip leader, right?
No, Derek was
No, now.
fourth in chip. Now I would say if
Yeah, there we go.
And that's a
2.8.
call. Oh, yeah, 2.8.
So there's some ways that Justin could have played that a little bit differently. To, you know, when you get to a final table, you know, they did have so many chips. We all talk about ICM implications. You know, it's pretty important to just make sure you don't go broke.
Leave yourself out, right?
Yeah, you
Isn't
know, like
that
you leave yourself
yeah.
out. And I think there's some ways you could have preserved some chips on this exact hand. It's tough being out of position and c-betting ace king high, for example. That's something that I spent a lot of years doing, thinking I was always correct to do. And, you know, it's never wrong to be aggressive, but sometimes out of position, you can get into a check call mode and possibly, you know, preserve some chips. But, you know, he did have ace king, and he turned a gut shot to go with what he assumed were
And
some
then
outs.
Hit the outside.
And then he hit the one that he was hoping for, other than, of course, the 10 would have been to the nuts. But
I've seen some Derek do some bluffs. I've called him out on one or two. He could tell you about that too. He'd be like, Reese, I can't believe you called that. I'm like, yeah, it's the first time we ever played a tournament. Good luck, buddy. Rebuy.
Derek continues the hot run with pocket fives.
Wow.
This guy can't get a hand that he can fold.
Yeah.
If he had to take a restroom break, he had no chance.
No. Where's
Must
the bag?
play
Where's
all
the
these
bag?
hands.
Wes, where's the bag? I mean, why would you? Come on. Now, let's just talk about Justin for a second. You are basically standardly crippled at this point. You're at anywhere between 55 to 70,000 in chips. At this point, any 2 cards, you just got the button.
So here's what actually
There
happens.
we go. See, I like this.
Here's
This is
what
why I
actually
said it.
happens is there's a point in poker where you get so short that you actually have to tighten up. And it's kind of a weird thing. You're sitting there with, 10 big blinds, 8 big blinds, 9. You can shove like, an ace deuce and do stuff, and now you get super short that you're never getting any fold equity. How many blinds does he have? He has like 10 big blinds? I mean, sorry.
No,
he has
1.
more than 10. Oh, no, sorry. He has 1 big blind. 1.5? Okay.
1, 2 big.
So what I'm looking for in this spot is a multi-way pot where I can get quadruple something up.
Yep.
I don't know that I care what the cards are necessarily. Anything that's, an okay hand. Like, so Nada has 10-8 offsuit. That would be a hand. If I saw a raise and a re-raise, and you already got the blinds out there, which cover, I would be trying to get it in so I can get a stack now that is 4 or 5x what I have. So I'm not as excited if I'm him that it folds to me and I have king deuce offsuit. I'm not as excited about that as I am getting it in when there's already money in the pot.
Gotcha.
So that's what I'd be looking at is I'd maybe hold off. I might fold a hand like that. Let's just say I fold jack deuce so I can wait until someone else has put money in to get in with a slightly worse hand, but I have a chance to get some chips.
The hope, the possibility of being live with like a 7-6 or an 8-5 or something like that, right?
Or even just, let's just say the same hand. You get ace rag, you fold it the next time. 2 hands later, you get ace rag, but there's somebody in the pot now.
Yeah.
That's actually a big difference as far as giving you a chance in this tournament. So far, nobody else has really had any playable hands yet.
Actually, at all. Nothing.
I mean, even this Jack 7, I would say, is fairly playable. One of the things I do sometimes in tournaments like this is, he's been aggressive, but he only went to showdown one time, and he had it. So sometimes you have these marginal hands like this, and you're like, well, I could definitely raise, but maybe I should take this one off just so that people don't think I'm raising every single hand, no matter what it is.
So Justin's got deuces here.
Yeah, this is kind of the exact spot that you have to go all in, but this is not what he really wants. But he did get a raise, so that is the first step. Oh. So he did get to where he can, over triple up. I mean, I would way rather have, like we were talking about, 10-8 suited or something.
Yeah, sure.
Than pocket deuces.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if it's, you could do some simulations and figure out, like,
especially
it might be better to fold this.
Yeah, I would think, honestly, 3-way here, you'd almost, if anything, like you said, the dead money weight, but 3-way here, I'm not really liking the deuces.
No, I would rather have, what did he have that first, whatever random cards. I'd rather have 2 random cards than deuces. It's just so hard to fade your opponent's hitting a pair or already having a pair, or to hit a set. But let's see, deuce. Nope.
Jack rather.
Pretty bad flop for Justin. So Jerome's in the big blind. He defended. He's going to have a range of a lot of Broadway type cards.
Absolutely. I would say this.
I think this is a board that I'm not going to want to see bet, especially since I did make a pair. I have showdown value. I can check behind and probably win this hand a lot if he has hands like King Queen, King 10. But you're going to be up against hands, with aces in them and jacks that are better than yours. Spade draws and all kinds of things are going to continue. So Derek bets really small, and he does get a fold from Jerome.
There we go. Deuces versus Jack 7. I could tell you guys what Justin's gonna need to stay in this tournament.
And we have an elimination of Justin. The deuces couldn't hold against Jack 7. He went from being a big stack, it was probably like number 3 in chips if I'm looking at the chips now.
Yeah.
If he had that stack back.
About fourth.
Fourth or third or fourth, and now he's out of the tournament. Brutal.
Houston poker prediction. Adam for the win. Oh, he just got one person closer. They all did, actually. Yeah, so congratulations, Justin. He will be here for the rest of the week. We have some more series on the underway. So we still got our 400K guarantee, the game changer. December 8th, it'll start. There we go. We changed the deck. Suppose they were having some problems. So, other than that, congratulations, Justin. You won, I think it's $2,020. It's crazy. Ninth place is $2,020, but yet first place is a whopping nice little $20,000.
Yeah, it's good.
$650. That's
That's
nice.
anytime you can go to a card room and just pick up 20K. Holy cow!
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, wish I could do that.
Everyone in the stream, thank you very much for being here. Wes and Reese here in the booth. Oh, Shifty, what's up, buddy? How you doing? It is, well, it's not that time yet. It's like 1 o'clock in Australia right now, right?
So he's upside down then, right?
Yeah, he's, it's tomorrow at 1 p.m. for him right now, give or take. Maybe noon still? Normally he doesn't come until midnight. So, like, I'd say this is a little bit early for him.
Got up early.
But Shifty, hello. Final table, $250 buy-in, 50K guarantee. It exceeded double of the guarantee, so we're over 100K prize pool, 20K for first. And yeah, we have 8 left. I was right, 115.
That's not. I mean, it's early for some people, but it's not what I was expecting.
Yeah. Well, he's like 16 hours ahead, right? So it's December 12th.
Paul with the ace jack offsuit. This is the first time we get to see Paul play, raising it up to 100K, a little bit over a min raise. It's not actually not on Jeff, he's already folded, but it is on Nada with pocket eights on the button. She has a smaller stack than a lot of the players with only 600K. She started with about 15 big blinds ish.
Yeah. And
she's got decision. This is a tough spot with a hand that, you know, nobody ever really knows if they're ahead or behind or what to think about this. You hate to
call it the snowman, right?
Well, it's
call
just,
it the snowman?
it's a it's a spot. So she goes with the full because any pair that excuse me, Paul has, he's you know, he could be ahead. He could have 2 bigger cards, and you could just be putting it, you know, your tournament life all in against, you know, pocket tens and just be out. You have no control over what happens after that. So she decides with pocket 8, she'd probably rather be the first person in the hand raising than to be the second person calling or shoving.
Absolutely.
There is a point where she's going to have to make that decision if she doesn't get any future hands where she would happily get 8s if she was a little bit shorter. You know, you get down less than 10 big blinds.
That's the shoving right. Almost
yeah,
too
she probably
much
would have been
not
happier.
to
She's
shove
got
on
she's
that,
got
right?
enough that she can fold a little bit and wait for something a little bit better.
Finding more of an ideal spot. Speaking about spot, guys, look at your right hand corner of the video right now. Your logo here, if you guys are interested. We are doing this series already, but we will be doing the next series soon by Justin Hammer and Prime Social. Email us at info@primesocialtx.com if you guys are interested in getting anything like your company or anything like that on the felt. Right there. All right, there you go. That's my spiel. I'm a big fan of King 9 suited. I'm not sure about King 8.
It's hard to make straight with King 8. That's kind of my cutoff with, you know, a lot of hands is kind of flop a straight. If you can't flop a straight with your suited quote unquote connectors, they're probably too gapped.
See, now this is interesting. Nada. Now.
Yeah, now in the cutoff with a pocket pair, she's gonna make a raise.
It looks like 100K, unless. And now Sean's gonna shove all in.
Yeah, she did make it 100. Sean's really short. Oh wow. Oh, these cards right?
Oh.
But now it's on Adam. Okay. Yeah, this
is instant.
now she's in a tough, not a tough spot, but it's just tough that she had to raise fold. Oh, so he had the fours.
Sean had the fours.
How did that get backwards?
Mm-hmm.
So he probably had 4-4.
Different suit too.
She probably had 4-4. This card must be the 4 diamonds is registered wrong.
And it might be.
So he's got no outs unless he makes a straight, assuming that her cards were correct.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's over now.
Yeah. And yeah, that's just right there.
Drawing
right out.
Stone dead.
Yep. Well, we are gonna be losing Sean. Yeah. Jesus. Hate seeing it come right out the window like that.
Yeah, you know, you got no chance after that. That's really rough.
Dealer to dealer friendly. They'll see each other tomorrow at work. They'll be a little happy, like, hey buddy, what's up? Hey, did my chips win you that thing? Yeah, so Sean will be eliminated in 8th place.
So we still have 2 short stacks now. Nada, I missed the other name. They both have 12 and 11, but everybody else is above 12 big blinds. And I think everyone else was almost double those 2 stacks.
Sure.
So, you know, it's interesting because different things. If I told you 2 players got eliminated from a final table, it can mean 2 completely different things if they were short stacks or medium. We actually lost a big stack and now we lost a short stack. So it's kind of interesting.
Kind of leveling out there.
Yeah, it's going to get, you know, that clearly.
And Nada's also gone out the pay scale a little bit too.
Yeah.
So
every bust out matters. I remember making a final table this one time and I ended up playing with a guy that has over 3 million in earnings, and I was just we were just kind of chit chatting. And I was like, man, I don't really care. I'm just like, final table. I'm going for it. You know, I'm not gonna. And he was like, like, what about the pay jumps? Which I thought was weird coming from someone who had tons more earnings than I did. And I was like, I'm not worried. Like, I'm just playing. And I looked up and I actually counted my chips. Okay, well, I'm third to last, right?
Right.
Well, and if I folded and these guys busted. Oh, that's like a 10K difference between those.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe 10K does matter to me. You know,
you look at like
looking
right
at just
now,
one
price
spot.
pool's 2,600 in 8th place, and you're like, wait a minute, first
So-
place is 20K. Can I put myself in the position?
Each
to get
little
a little
jump
bit?
doesn't seem that much, but then when you start thinking about going up 3 or 4 spots, you start adding it up and like, well, okay, maybe.
Amanda Dog says Nikki's gonna take it down. Put herself in position of not getting out in that hand. And Sean, greatly appreciate you. You're amazing. You're a great dealer, and thank you for. I mean, that's awesome. Sean also has played. This is the final table in this series. Last series, he made it deep, got 5 away from being at the last final table in our main event. So, like, he's done really, really well. Very proud.
Yeah, Sean has about 34,000 in, and he also told us that he had a big score that isn't on Hindenmob, so he actually has 80,000, 84,000. So he's definitely been to some final tables and done work in final tables, so he's pretty comfortable. And the poker gods smiled on him, gave him pocket jacks to bust somebody out. So.
So this would be very interesting to see Mr. Pearson against Louisiana, which is Derek. I know it's Louisiana. Oh, Nikki's got 10s here.
So this is blind versus blind. We got Derek in the small blind. He's got a pretty good card. He's going to put in a small raise, it looks like.
So now we were talking about those opening ranges, right?
This is a spot where I don't agree with this sizing. The big blind's already incentivized. They're already in there. You min raise to 105. It's so easy to call with a wide range. I say supposed to, like the training sites are going to teach you, let's just say, to put in a 3x or 4x raise here. The issue with that is now you're putting in a lot of her stack. You're risking a high percentage of her stack. The way that she just threw that in looked super confident.
Very confident.
I'm just gonna
I'll say it. I'll say that right now. Like right now, she just did that. She's like, "Come on, boy, let's go." I'm like, "Ooh, that's confident." Like I'm sorry, Derek's gonna pick that up.
And it's very possible also that there's something we didn't know, that maybe he had already noticed something with the way she was sitting or how she looked at her cards, and he wanted
show days.
And he decided to min raise just to see if he was right or wrong. And maybe he's smarter than both of us and knew that he was going to raise full the whole time.
He knows what he's doing, but yeah, I agree 100%. That was like pure confidence.
Yeah.
And guys, we're commentators, but I'm going to tell you what. I think also people watching this, they can also rewatch it. So I'm gonna call things out like that. You know what I mean? I mean, people are like, "Oh, do I have tells?" Well, I'm gonna pick them out of that because I'm, I'm sorry, that's just me. And right there, that I agree that's huge signs of confidence. It's how the sidewinding throw. Just
sometimes you see people
like,
do that, slam a chip down, slam a stack down that are weak, but I don't know, there was something about that was like, you also got to look at people's body positions sometimes,
sure,
you know, and you can just like...
Formulations, how your fingers or your hands protect your cards too, right?
She just looked like she was
confident,
ready to go.
Yep.
Was that ever like verified?
Derek, I'm not saying she has to work her slow roll, but you guys could see that. I mean, you picked it up real fast, so it's something that she can work on. I mean, that's just and maybe that me and Wes are way overlooking at it, but that is our opinion, and I will agree with Wes 100% on that one.
It's just it's easy when we see the cards, but also just we've seen enough people's actions that I would correlate that more with strength than anything.
Sure.
But
and again, too, Cowboy, I'll also agree with you. I mean, maybe that is her way that she showed strength in the past doing that way.
So
taking a
C-Boy, is it Cowboy? I don't know.
I would say Cowboy.
Okay, so
yeah,
Cowboy, here's the deal:
Cowboy.
is you look different when you're not real. Like that's the thing is you can't. People can't fake things as much as they think they can.
At least not continuously all the time. Like, think about it. 5 hours of live stream on the final table, you're going to get fatigued. So you need to be able to keep...
If you're going to try to fake strong betting over and over, the rest of your body, your hand putting the chips out might look strong, but the rest of your body is eventually going to give it up.
Mm-hmm.
So Derek, trying to really hammer the raises on this final table with his chip stack. This is a spot where I would have just let this go, and there's more of a reason than just the cards. Well, first of all, the hand's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But second of all, you want your next button to be believable.
Yeah.
Okay, so why waste raising this one and getting possibly re-raised or not being able to see bet, and now people don't believe your bets? Take this one off and let your next bet seem believable. That's just, sometimes I think about that when I'm in a spot where I could definitely raise, I've got the chips to do it. See, now he's getting check raised on an ace-high board with an ace, and he's in a spot where he's, it's going to look like he was stealing the whole time.
Sure.
Even if he had a pocket pair, there's not much you can do here, and people are going to have to wonder, like, maybe next time he doesn't get it through.
Yeah, I think the only thing that would save him from exactly what you just stated was, like, literally saying, hey, nice ace. You know what I mean? Like, literally, like, calling them directly on that hand. You know what I mean? But then I agree with you. Yeah, like, I mean, you got to be able to bluff. You got to be able to raise on your bluffs and on your strengths, right? Like, we talked about that a lot before,
But here's why I don't like necessarily doing that, because then the guy's like, if he didn't have an ace, he's like, oh, good, it looked like I had an ace. Now I know that I can. You give him confidence to, like, bluff you again. So I would just, I'm really a firm believer in when you're bluffing and you're going to fold, act like you had nothing. Don't act like you're making a really tight fold, because now that guy thinks, oh, I got him to fold that last time. Yeah. I'm going to try to get him to fold something good again. But if he just thinks you were full of it on the button, that's poker. You're supposed to raise your button and be full of it.
Right.
So it's okay for him to just snap fold and be like, yep, I had nothing and let's move on. But it does set up for next time that you raise the button.
So it does look like we've gone up, guys. 25-50-50 now. 25-50-50. We're on hand number 13. We've lost 2 players so far, Wes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of going. It's going. It's going.
Some people have not had any hands. I guess Jerome had the one hand he defended and folded, but other than that, he hasn't played. Nikki's only had the one hand. Paul's played one hand. Jeff has played no hands, so it's been very heavily weighted with Derek so far.
Jeff looks a little frustrated. Again, now 300. So what? 7 big blinds? Yep, 7 big blinds. Exactly. 7 big blinds, 10 big blinds for Nada.
Yeah, look at that. So once you get past the last 2 players, it's a 3x to the next tax slice.
Sure.
So, if those 2 players were to bust right now, we'd suddenly be kind of deepish. Like 30 big blinds for plus for each player, right? Did I do that right?
Yeah.
It's 50,
Sure,
right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting, I remember Derek doing some of this aggressive action at a previous final table, and he did actually make some missteps that I remember now that I'm thinking about the last couple raises. There was a hand he got caught up in one of his final tables, so he's probably pretty confident with how he's playing, and it's not something that, oh my gosh, ace king now. So he's running pretty good.
Hit.
That's what's good. So it is good. He raised the last 2 hands. One of them he had to fold, but now he's third hand in a row he's raising.
Sure.
No one's really sure what he had any of these times.
Oh, wow.
So I do. Oh my gosh.
What is this?
Well, so Jeff, though, the thing is, Jeff only has 5x the raise, right? But this is going to get Nikki completely out of the hand, probably. I do like her call with.
With the ace-5?
Yeah, just.
I think that's fine.
Like I would.
In the
you don't want to 3-bet the chip leader a lot. Like I would normally 3-bet this hand against everybody. But when you're going up against the chip leader, he could just 4-bet you, and you're just going to lose all your equity, no chance to see a flop. So I do like the flat that she made. Jeff's going to make a clear all in.
I'm not just going to let this go.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why. What does it matter how much he has, because
unless these cards, unless the cards are wrong again. It could have been.
You're never doing anything
I think
with,
we're
with
okay
two
now.
players behind you that could both shove all in. So I actually think
what
Derek,
approach should you take
every
here?
chip.
I gotta say what
every chip is worth so much that clearly denying her any equity would be good. So he's probably going to make a raise, but it's not horrible to call and try to play a pot and win some more money off of Nikki. But every chip is worth so much that just taking even Jeff's 7 big blinds, you take that down with the ante and the big blind and also her call. That's a lot of chips. That's probably 10 or more big blinds. So, yeah, he's just going to go all in and price her out in this hand. And I think it makes sense, especially since he's out of position. If he was in position on her, maybe he could consider trying to play a pot with her, but he's just going to put her to the test. So he shoves all in.
I heard everything.
Yeah, he shoves all in, and I think it's probably the right play overall. Just go ahead and gamble for the money in the middle without another player in there. I don't think she's actually in that tough of a spot.
No, I really don't think so. At this point
It's
either,
a pretty weak hand that you were just trying to see a flop.
1.7,
So
right?
she's just doing the thing. Let's act like I have, a decision here, which again, I'm personally saying it's unnecessary to try to convince people that you folded a big hand. It's okay to say, hey,
one
I had
ace
something.
here to hit, yeah? One more ace hit? 4 kings?
Was it only? No, there's.
One ace, right? There's 2 out.
Was there?
Yeah. Oh,
boom!
the king's
the king.
right there.
Poker is an easy game.
I heard. Oh, how about a 6 for a little needle? And ace king is going to take this for Louisiana. Derek. And we are now down to 7.
So we are, and this just continues to give Derek more and more chips. But like I said, elimination of the small players, a lot of changes. So one of the things that you could run into, this actually is very advantageous for Derek, because let's say he doubled Jeff up or Jeff stayed in. Mm-hmm. Now every time he wants to raise to 100K, he's got somebody with 500K that might shove. Mm-hmm. And it gets kind of, if he does it a couple times and you have to fold, it really affects what you open with now.
Sure.
Because you expose to the entire table. I'm open folding a lot if this guy keeps shoving. But now that he's knocked him out, he's playing with a bunch of other stacks that will probably fold to a lot of his raises, and he's not going to have to expose his weak raising.
Well, another thing too, Wes, he's also, his showdown value has been nuts.
His image is great right now.
Yeah, his image is great. I mean, his showdown value has been, right now, his showdown has been the nuts. Right? Every hand, showdown's been the nuts.
Yeah, I agree. Derek would be, anybody who's in first place at this point would be a strong favorite, but also Derek, number one, running good, playing good, has been here before.
Yes. Quite recently.
If I'm Derek at this point, I'm kind of playing up on the fear factor of this guy's running like God.
I'm catching cards and going nuts right now.
he has maybe a 1 orbit that he can play around. like raising every hand without looking and just see what happens. I've done that in tournaments before where it's like, okay, I can tell that the dynamic is going a certain way. Now I'm just going to raise every hand and just see what people do until somebody tells me to stop doing it. I'm going to keep doing it.
Or calls me to do it.
And he actually has a chance to do that now because he picked up more chips. He showed down another huge hand. As far as people know, he's just had it every time.
Eric.
Let's see if he decides to go with it. No, King 7 offsuit, so he takes one off.
Okay.
And Nikki's got another suited ace 5.
Yes.
Yeah, 7 players left.
Yeah, Eric. 26,200, right?
Yeah, 2,600 for Jeff in 8th place.
Yes.
3,300
Yes.
for the next payout.
He asked. Jeff. 2620.
So one of those interesting flops where
there
nobody
you go.
flops anything, but everybody's got like maybe a
little
reason
something
to maybe
little
stay
something
in.
to be there a little bit.
I definitely
yeah, sure.
think Nikki's got a reason to c-bet. And it's a pretty small c-bet, which is probably what it should be.
Yeah, I think this is the proper range. Which, like you said, why put more chips into there that, I need to kind of get out there, get a standard c-bet out, see if it takes us down. It does.
He looked like he kind of wanted to do something,
A
but
little bit.
it's definitely hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she had...
Oh, yeah, she has every
had the
reason
best
to
hand.
c-bet.
She had the best hand there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, again, like you said, if Nada's chips were to somehow not double in her own stack, if that were to go anywhere else, everyone's at that 1.5 mark now.
Yeah.
So,
And like I said, that
agree
does
100%.
change a few things. So every time Nada's in the blinds, Derek maybe has to be a little bit more careful. I mean, it depends on what he wants. You can just raise every hand and then show, yeah, sure, whatever, I raised King 7, and now I have to call this girl all in. But if you want to really keep it to where everyone just thinks, you're running hot, they haven't seen all the hands that you stole that were not Ace King, you might want to fold when she's in the big blind, some of your marginal hands that you could open. So, but once she's, sadly, once she's gone, if she's out, then he's got free reign to just raise and raise until someone tells him to not do it anymore. So she's got a hand from the button that you definitely want to put it in. Jerome's got a tough spot where he could call, but being in the small blind, he doesn't know what Adam's going to do. If he were in the big blind, he might call it off.
Sure.
Well, he would call it off for 385, I would assume.
Yeah.
But you got the guy in the big blind that could re-raise and put you in a tough spot where you just lose chips for no
Prather,
reason.
there was, like I said, 7. Yes, you're correct. 7th place, 36 something.
No, we had
1, 2, 3.
There's 6 players left. 1, 2. Okay.
Yeah, 4 and 2. You got Jerome and then Nada on the other side. So yeah, 7th out.
left.
Yeah, 7 went out. Jeffrey went out in 7th. 9, 7 first.
Who's still in? The people on your screen are still in the tournament.
We have Nikki, Paul, Nada, Louise Animal, Adam Pearson, Nada, and then Jerome.
Nada's got a spot here. She's in the cutoff. She knows she needs to get chips. She's a little bit worried that her kicker's not good enough to put it all in the middle, but she decides to fold. To me, it really depends on how much you care about the pay jumps. I think I might just put it in there, and I would really want to take down these blinds and antes. It gives me a little bit more ammunition, a better spot next time. So there's going to be spots where she's going to want to shove, and she's going to want people to fold. If she can pick up a few more blinds, it's possible that her next shove of a weak hand would get the fold that she wants. So I might have taken that spot there, hope to pick up the blinds. If I get called, I still got outs. I'm suited, I got a king, but she decided to fold. I believe Justin was our first player. Was he the first player we lost? Justin was either 8th or 9th. I guess he was 8th, right? Looks like Jerome's scanner's not working, or they have it probably programmed to a different seat. I'm not getting to see his cards.
Raise 105. I need some more.
Hey, what's up, Eric? Thank you for watching my vlog. For those of you that don't know, I have a vlog on YouTube. You can just look up Wes Poker and you can see my vlog. I just put one out yesterday. The vlog is a little bit more comedy and a little bit of poker theory, but mostly an entertainment vlog where I'm playing some pretty big games, cash games, and I make a vlog about those hands. This time, not as under the gun with a king, but it's not going to be good enough to get through all these players. Jerome's cards are reading now, that's good. It's going to fold. You know, Adam's got a pretty weak hand. You know, it's yes, there's an ace, but you got the chip leader on your left. I do not fault him for making that fold. As soon as, if Derek folds, he's going to be pretty frustrated that he didn't raise, but that just happens in poker. Derek's going even with the 8-3 offsuit, so he has decided now, in my opinion, to do the raise every hand until people tell me not to. And it's gonna work. You know, this is something to watch. This is something to watch. If you guys, you know, you play poker, if you've ever made a final table, or you ever get deep in a tournament, and you have a lot of chips, your image, and people don't want to battle against a chip leader, they don't want to battle against somebody who's been running hot. You don't have to have a hand every time, but you do have to know how to respond if people start calling or re-raising. So, first step is, you know, be confident in the fact that people don't want to play big pots against you. Try out some weaker raises than you normally make. Just be a little conservative post-flop. Don't try to bluff people with, you know, huge parts of your stack for no reason. But we can watch Derek. You know, Derek's going to be doing this. Unless something changes, we'll just watch how Derek navigates this table. I definitely assume he's just going to raise just about every possible hand.
Raise 110. Yeah. And that beat drop. That's synthesizer.
What's up, Bold Tide? So, Eric, my thoughts on late regging are not in line with the popular pros who claimed that it's better for them to late reg. And I've played tons and tons of tournaments, and you and I are probably playing similar tournaments as far as buy-in. And these guys that we watch on TV, they're not playing necessarily the same buy-ins we are, which means they have a different player pool. So in the player pools that we're playing against, the very worst players are going to be there at the beginning of the tournament. Like, I'm talking the very worst players. You can guarantee those players are there at the beginning of the tournament, and as the tournament goes on, those very, very bad players are not as often there. They might get lucky and still be in, but if they're very bad players, they'll be gone. So joining a tournament after all the bad players have busted out, when they had 100+ blinds, it's kind of crazy to me. I want to be there when all the bad players have 100+ blinds, and I can win a huge stack off them. I've played a ton of tournaments at Choctaw, and I don't want to say always, but very, very often gone to, you know, the second or third break and have doubled up off somebody who was just playing way too fast, way too wide with their starting stack. So I'd rather just get there at the beginning, have a chance to catch somebody playing super poorly and get a big stack. And the other argument is, if you think you have if it's an advantage to late reg, wouldn't it also be an advantage to simply show up on time and wait for aces or kings and only play those hands? You're going to lose a few blinds between the time that you would start and late reg, but you're not going to lose that much. So the argument for late regging is that the closer you can reg to the money, the better off you are. But I don't agree that having a much smaller stack than you would average if you were to have started the tournament and won some hands, I don't believe that gives you enough of an edge. Nikki here with pocket tens again. She had him in the big blind before. Now she actually gets him in the hijack and gets a chance to open raise. She's gonna raise and take it. It's hard to say whether that's what she, you know, sometimes you have pocket tens, you raise, you take the blinds down, and you're like, well, good. But sometimes you want action and you want to get more and more chips. So it's hard to say whether she's happy with this fold or not. It is kind of weird. Like, most of the players I've met that play the range of tournaments we play that talk about late regging are not the best players I know. The best players I know show up on time, and they always have a big chip stack. So Adam had the option in the small blind to limp in or raise. He decided to call the big blind, and now it's over to Derek in the big blind. And Derek's got to wonder, is this a scenario where I should be putting pressure on this guy and never let him limp with me checking? And his hand is the worst hand in all the poker, and he's still going to raise it up. Again, this just solidifies my thought that Derek is going to be raising every hand, just about regardless of what the quality, the strength of the hand is. And I think that's actually the right way to play this now that you have this chip stack and no one's willing to go up against you. So Reese, all you missed, the only thing you missed this whole time was Derek raising with 7 deuce and winning. So
wait, 7 deuce 1?
Yeah.
Yes, we called it, dude.
So he just limped. So that's what he's definitely been doing. What I said, which was raising every hand. So, who's that?
Adam.
Adam limped the small blind, and Derek was in the big blind with 7 deuce and raised it. So it's just really pointing out that he's basically, you know, he's looking at his hand, but it's just for effect. And he's just gonna, if it folds to him or anybody, you know, limps in, he's probably gonna, you know, raise almost every hand, which he should, until someone says stop doing that.
So he's most definitely, he's playing that complex right now. You were saying, like, hey, this is where I'm going. I'm rolling down. Yeah,
look how lucky I'm being. Just play what they've seen. They've seen you with ace king and ace queen and ace king again, and just, you know, that's all they can think of. So if I'm reading this right, it says Paul called in the it says under the gun. Yeah, he limped in with 9-8.
Yeah, he did.
I think if I was Derek, you know, I'm not going to call him small blind with Jack 6, because it doesn't fit the MO of what I'm trying to do, which is I'm trying to bully everybody, and now I'm actually trying to hit Jack 6, I guess, and win a hand. So it's like I'm either going to fold, take one off, and again, it just kind of shows, hey guys, I'm not messing around. Look, I just folded this hand. So, or I would raise this guy who limped under the gun and just find out, did he limp a monster? I'd be a little bit worried that he had limped something big, potentially. But maybe since it's, we put players in certain categories, I would definitely put someone who looks like Paul in the category
Not
of...
the biggest fan of this check by Nikki there on that turn.
What, the flop was checked, yeah.
Oh no, they checked the turn.
But what was the flop? Surely Paul checked the flop back, right?
Nikki called.
Oh, check bet call.
Yeah, I kind of like the lead out there with not catching your hand, just seeing if the ace goes out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what you're drawing to.
I just think it's so, like, my thought is, what are you representing when you lead out? And what are you trying to get to fold? Like, you're not getting an ace to fold. You're getting a 9-8 to fold, which you already beat. So what's the point of betting out on the turn? And then you could just get raised and get blown off of your draw. So when I have a draw like this, that's the first thing I'm really worried about is a scenario where I get blown off of it. So the guy bets pot, or I bet and he raises to an amount that I can't call.
So she's about to get blown off this with 9 high.
But it is true. Like if you're not gonna check raise this flop, which is what she should have done, you're gonna have to find a spot. You're to basically be aggressive. If you hit your flush or not, you're gonna have to lead out at some point, right? Or you're gonna have to check raise at some point.
In my perspective, I would have led out on the turn. If not do it, like if I'm not going to choose to check raise, I'm going to lead out, kind of change things, make things kind of think a little bit. No, I mean that's my opinion. That's your opinion. I mean I would have liked to lead out in there instead of going.
Well, let's just rate all the options, and do you agree that check raise on the flop is the best option?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you're not going to check raise, you definitely have to find a spot to bluff now if you miss. So I would agree that it sucks, but you have to either lead turn or river. I don't know that it would be the turn.
Okay.
Maybe I would do it on the river instead, because when there's no more cards to come, you're more likely to get your bluffs through, just because that person can't improve any longer. Their draws are now the same as yours, busted. So I didn't. It's tough because the turn card it wasn't a card that could really improve her in any way. So
sure.
I just think it's tough to try to bet that card. Check raise on the flop, I mean, against any limping range, I mean, that should work so much of the time.
Sure, absolutely.
Unless you think he's limping like a weak ace.
Oh, okay. So Nas going all in here. Hey, Wes, guess what? We have a mystery hand.
Mystery hand. So I'm going to put Nada on.
What we got?
She already shoved a queen nine. Not sure she folded a king deuce, so it's going to be like an ace 8 suited. So a lot of people don't know. I don't know that people know. King Queen actually plays really well against the range of someone who's shoving here. And a lot of times you see this folded because they're just so worried the guy's just got an ace.
Yeah, he's got an ace.
There's so many ace X's. But yeah, there's so many Broadway cards.
Ace 10.
You dominate so many Broadway hands. The king jack down to king 9. Queen jack down to queen 8.
Hey, let's talk about.
And even against a random ace, she has ace 4. She's 40% against that hand. It's not
quick. Thank you for the 10 bit.
So she may not. She does realize it is worth calling. I do like the call.
Yeah, again too, where it's kind of like, if she loses 360, she's only at 1.2.
Where's the ace 8? Oh, see, this is the exact scenario. So you guys, if you're folding queen 8 to small shoves, sorry, king queen to small shoves, I just want you to know that you should be calling.
Here's turn. There's the ace here. This is interesting.
9s and 7s with an ace. Chop it up.
Yeah, like there it is. And a chop pot.
I would be calling the king queen probably up to like. Cause she doesn't have 30 big. She's got like 20.
But again, that's what I'm saying.
I'd be calling up to like 7 or 8 big blinds of my own stack with king queen.
Sure. No, I mean if Nikki lost that stack, she just lost 360.
But that one, that's a snap. But I'm trying to say like, what's the top end? Well, I'm probably folding for half my stack, for sure. So that would be a little bit over like 10 big blinds. But I would be probably calling off 6 to 7 to 8. That's probably as high as I'd go. Only because it represents so much of Nikki's stack. But, that's the thing in tournaments, man. You're at a final table. You're going to have to win some chips to really get some real money in this.
Yes,
absolutely. You're going to have to, like, call with the king, queen, and they have ace 4 and hit a king. Stuff's going to have to happen.
You're going to, grinding can only go so much on the final table before, like, You
Yes.
literally, you got king queen, the guy's got ace 10, and you just whip a king or a queen out. Like, and you're the chip leader, and you call behind, and you got to catch up, or
I think what's
your
actually
tens hold against ace king.
maybe
ace
more
queen.
interesting about that hand is that she should probably be min re-raising to keep the big blind out of that hand. But most of the time, people are thinking that way. They're just like, well, should I call or not? Because your hand is not strong enough that you would put it all in the middle. But the worst thing is you call, and now the big blind calls, and it does come 9-7-7, and you have no idea what to do.
Absolutely.
I'm not comfortable raising. I'm gonna do everything.
I heard something. Hold on.
I'll see at the break if we can spread everybody out.
Oh.
Guys, everybody do me a favor, quick. Just slide your cards off the readers real quick.
Yeah, we had a little bit of issue with the readers. So.
All right, so we're gonna have a little bit of dead time that we can talk about what more poker. What do we got going on the rest of the week?
It. Well, hey, when's our next Wes's cash game?
Wes's cash game schedule gets messed up when these beautiful tournaments, because I love tournaments. Some people, okay, so if you watch my vlogs and you think, why is Wes here talking about tournaments? A lot of people maybe don't know, because I haven't put a lot of tournament footage on my vlog, is I love tournaments. I would say I'm actually probably a better tournament player than a cash game player, just because I've played so many tournaments. So I love tournaments, and here we are. I'm looking at the schedule, and I know I want to play.
You gonna do a triple stack?
No, I really look at the big guarantees, to be
There we
honest.
go.
Because unlike, well, I'm not even gonna get into it, but
Gotcha.
I want I want to win some real money if I'm gonna do this and make it to a final table. So I'm looking at playing the main event. So the game changer. So it starts on Wednesday, and guess what? Wednesday would be the next time that I would have a game. So I'm probably gonna be playing tournament on Wednesday.
Nada hits her ace here. She can go all in. Derek's instantly gonna fold. How much is the buy-in for y'all's main event? Derek, it's a 400K guaranteed $1,100 buy-in, but we do have satellites every day from now till Wednesday. $180 gets you into a satellite for $180 gets you into that tournament. There's a couple days where we actually not just have 2 seats at 9, but we also have, what is it, Tuesday? Yeah, all Tuesday. There's one at, geez, I didn't realize there was 3 of them. Noon, 4, and 9 o'clock. All of them are 5 seats guaranteed. So that would be Tuesday would be a great day to come here. It's basically satellite day. And then on every day on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we have, well, three seats guaranteed, also for 180 at 5 and 8 o'clock. So twice a day satellites for that. So $180.
We got an interesting spot here. Got Derek raising as he should in the hijack with ace 9 offsuit, and Paul wakes up with ace queen offsuit on the button. Typical spot where Paul's gonna want to put pressure on Derek. He knows he's been running good, but Paul's got one of the best starting hands he can have at a final table.
And in position.
I'd rather have this hand than something like pocket 9s personally, because it's just easier to play. You know where you're at with ace queen, and not always sure with a pocket
God.
pair.
Can I just be that guy and just say not a rip it?
So Paul just flatted, which I don't like.
I don't
Paul,
like
if you're listening to this, man,
Yeah.
you got to put a raise in there. You got to put
Sure.
pressure on people in these tournaments, especially at final tables.
I mean, she has equity to rip here, right? Like, I mean, right?
Honestly, I like her call. Now,
Okay.
she can't call for pot. For set mining odds. But it's so risky to shove here.
Oh, wow, we're
It's
gonna
like
get
it's
4
like the
players here.
deuces. Like,
Okay.
what do you expect?
Yeah.
You
okay.
really think everyone's gonna fold for your 500K and you're just gonna
You know,
get
the
this
funny
through?
thing is 400 more on top of the 110. I think maybe just might be enough because she hasn't really gotten out of range too much other than showing the queen 8. Just that table image
Yeah.
thought process, maybe. But
If
I
she
do agree
had,
with your
let's say
fives.
she had a hand
Like
like
600.
King Jack suited,
Yeah, okay.
and then I start thinking, okay, she can get some folds, and then when she does call, she's got some Broadway cards that can bink, but it's just when the 5s, the overcards, you're going to probably almost have 4 overcards, a lot of the time.
Which
just
is
just means
exactly
it
what
gives
she
your
has.
just give your opponents, look at all these overcards they're holding. So I like the call.
Would you love to see a 5?
Yeah. So now
my
she's,
God.
like I said, she didn't call with the correct odds, but now when she does hit it,
Yeah.
this is a great spot. And the fact that there's money on the line can kind of change some of your pot odds. Please just check. So she's a little bit worried. Oh, okay. Well, I don't love that play. So she's gonna pick up some good chips to add to her stack. You know, maybe almost even.
I almost double.
Yeah, come close to doubling.
Double up.
But I don't. You can't be afraid. You know, once you finally
Not
flop
when
a
you
set,
flop that,
it's
even
so
with
rare
three
to flop
diamonds.
that
Yeah,
you really gotta check. If the third diamond comes, I'm still like, yes, let's go. I have a set. I'm not really worried. I can pair the board.
Yep.
And it's just so unlikely.
Oh,
so
quads are coming.
especially if it checks around, and which it probably could have or would have. If it checks through and another diamond comes, like this, very unlikely somebody had two diamonds and checked through in a final table of a
Yeah,
tournament.
they would have
so
just tried to take it down right there and
Yeah.
then say, hey, I have that.
and so she can
possibility.
still. So she shoves, right? Is she getting a flush draw to fold? No.
No.
So why not check raise against that flush draw, or all those random hands that the guy does have,
Absolutely.
and actually get more money in the pot?
Let's just say if Derek wasn't taking a stab at it, C9.
Paul.
Should be right with ace queen high.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah.
But they might check through, and then,
Sure.
But I mean, I think she needs to take a chance there, let a card peel off, or let the player
when you
do
flop
something.
your set, when you're looking for that set and your short stack, I mean, that's why you're calling it, right? Instead of shoving all in. Now, see, if she went all in, she got four callers there. What? See? Told you. She's quadrupled up. Well, no, I agree with you. I really do.
So Eric G, you say bet into 4 players. I don't mind it. So what do you? What do
what's
you?
your logic
You're
with
basically
that?
repping a jack there. You. What is it you're trying to accomplish? Like everything you do in poker, every bet has to accomplish. It's either a bluff, a value bet, or like a semi-bluff.
Yeah, I
so
mean, you're telling the
clearly
story.
she's value betting, but who's she getting action from? Someone that would already. If you say she's going to get action from a jack, well, wouldn't a jack already bet? Like, what is it you're worried? Normally, you would lead out in that spot because you're worried it might check through and something bad happens. But
Now, see, now she's in a position on the button where she now
this
has
is the
eights
same she
again.
had, the eights
Yep.
before, where there was a raise in front of her.
Yeah.
And she's in the same spot now. It's a tough spot. I'm just going to guess she's going to make the same play she did before, which is to fold with already seeing action in front of her with the same hand, the pocket eights that she had before. And of course, things have changed.
Now, see,
Does she have more chips blinds wise than she when she folded
Yes.
before? Okay.
Yeah. She's actually increased her stack. She's out of the
Yeah, this
big
is
blind range.
this isn't a horrible call either. Again, she's not probably getting the right. Yeah, she's not getting the right price to set mine. But with eights, you don't have to hit a set to win the hand. It can come 7-4 deuce, and they check to you and you bet, and you could win. So there's ways that she can win this hand, especially against pocket five. Now Derek's going to, I assume, continue to be aggressive. So she's going to be put to test.
Sure.
There
Whatever
are
the
some
flop
flops
is.
that he's going to check give up, right?
Yeah, sure. That's probably one of them. Now, could you put Nada on this range? Now she's got some
This
chips.
is the
can
range that she
start
should be
seeing-
calling with. So
Right.
this is a spot where
Yeah.
she has the best hand. I don't know that she's going to bet this though.
Would you
I've
like
actually
a
not played with her
75
before.
Would you like about a $75,000 bet here? 75.
So I don't think that you should bet here because you're basically you have showdown value, and you're basically, if you bet, you're bluffing. So you're saying I had these cards that are out there, but you already have showdown value. Your goal at this point should be get to showdown as fast as possible without putting, for the cheapest amount. If I can get to showdown with for $0, now she has a concern of being counterfeited against a hand, possibly like a weak ace 3 suited or something. He's gonna,
Well, I believe Derek's gonna bet for the same reason that she should be betting or calling, right?
Yeah, so she
could be
has to
getting
know on the
countered.
flop what she's going to do.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to bet, what are you going to do when he calls? And if you're going to check, what are you going to do? Are you going to calm down? So I would hope that she had already made that decision when she checked back. Now, she probably thought this isn't a great flop for me, and she checked. But what did she think she was going to do if he bet? Maybe she's not thinking that far ahead. But I do think it's a good spot now for Derek to bet, because she should be betting if she hit any of this. And he doesn't have to bet that big, you bet a small amount to see what happens. He bet basically less than twice what he raised pre-flop.
I'm not going to be the biggest fan here. She is most definitely showing signs of leaning towards fold. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of...
So it kind of seems like if she called pre-flop, that she was set mining. If she's not going to call,
Okay.
she does call.
Okay.
I do think she showed. I do think she showed her hand though. Sadly.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let's see what happens. Both could counterfeit. No.
Ooh.
Now Derek, this is a spot.
I mean,
yeah, this is you.
And then this is where she should take showdown
Yeah,
value.
they
This
both.
is it.
I think they
agree
both
with
should
you.
check in this spot. Derek, there's no reason to waste any more chips trying to get her to fold anything. And
Now, she's not fast folding right here to just keep that composure and not trying to give
yeah,
up
she
too
checks.
many. Okay.
So I do like how she ended up playing the hand. It looks like she was maybe confused about how she should be playing the hand, but she ends up playing it perfectly.
Okay, guys. Yep, thank you. Thank you.
And I don't think that really hurts, Derek's image at all.
No,
because,
not at all.
you had a pair, you took
yep.
a stab on a board. That's expected. So, he didn't show down 6 deuce in that spot, So,
I mean, honestly, without connecting to that board, that is still showing. He has showdown value there. I mean, to this sense where, yeah, like you said, he let out, called, let out in the flop, she called, and then check. I mean, standard. Okay, I went to see it out. Obviously, you had a better hand. She did, but any ace deuce, ace 4, something like that could also have done the exact same thing. And fives would have taken it there, right? So,
I mean, Eric, say if Derek bets pots, he wins. But you can't look at that and just say, well, if this person bets pot, they're going to win it every time. He's got to play against a range of cards that she should have. And betting pot is horrible against the range of cards that she should have.
right.
She could
and
easily,
I agree 100% with you.
she could
should be
easily have a
happily-
10 there
yeah,
and
10,
have tanked
yep.
like ace 10 and be like, what do I do with this? Oh, I guess do I fold? Oh, no, you know what I call?
Yeah.
So he could just be in a spot where on the river she's just never folding, even though she didn't know what to do on the turn. So I don't agree that, yes, if he bet pot, it works, but that doesn't mean it's the right play because her range should be Broadway cards.
This is a
lot of the time.
175?
So is this some sort of, does anybody know, is this like Nikki's favorite hand or something, or do we got this card reader problem? It's that 3 of diamonds again that ended up being a 4, so she has king 4.
King
that's,
4?
That's better than 3.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is where we change cards too.
So you did just change cards.
Yeah. We
Did
we a little bit
you-
of cards. That's one of them.
But that wasn't, okay.
That's one.
So tell the people at home, what does this possibly mean then? Does this possibly mean that this is a stronger card, that we somehow have a problem with it was registered wrong, or do you think it's registered correctly?
I'm not
I mean,
exactly
king
sure,
3, man,
honestly,
that's...
yeah.
Is she
That's-
just,
that's pretty
it's
strong,
possible.
bro.
Sometimes people, I always say this in tournaments, man.
Well, we know there was
People's brains
something-
explode sometimes.
We know there was something wrong with it, so it shouldn't be reading as the 3 of diamonds. So, the 3 diamonds
it
was
would be not
changed,
reading
so
if
it
it
would not
was-
be reading. But it could have been clicked as a different sensor. Hey, we're gonna take it. Nikki took it down with king 3.
As far
Let's
as everyone
go.
will know for the rest of the time, it was king 3 offsuit.
Derek's I'm not sure. AA. Yeah, okay.
Tony cooks in the kitchen. Okay. Bad thing. Nothing against you.
You want to take it?
Oh, yeah.
Alright guys, so again, I'm going to entertain you guys here for a minute while some of us are going to take some breaks and do our thing. But hey, I'm here. What's up? How we doing? As you guys could see, we are going through all this stuff. You got to take chances. No, I agree. Everyone in the stream, this is Reese and Wes here in the live stream for Prime Social. If you guys are asking, I will go through it all real quick. We are in the middle of Prime Social here at 7801 Houston, Texas. We're in Houston, Texas. We're in the middle of our Enchanted Xmas tournament series. We started December 1st, and we're going to December 12th. This is the $250 buy-in, 500K guarantee, which overly surpassed the guarantee. Obviously, first place is 20K. This is our kickoff. So we just started this off today. We also have the PLO tournament going on and the Enchanted Xmas kickoff bounty, which is like Secret Santa bounty. That was a little interesting. That is in the middle of happening right now as we speak. You guys are watching the final table of the 50K guaranteed $250 buy-in. Yeah, there are 6 players left. So, oh, there's some chips. As you guys will see me, I'm sitting there. Oh, there it is. 3 diamond. Getting changed. 10-minute break? Yeah, it's about a 10-minute break. Tonic, yeah. Yeah, at this point, we do a little chip up. We also, if anything happens with the cards. Again, guys, this is RFID cards. There's little sensors in these cards. If they rip or something happens, or like you saw before, where something doesn't read right, you got to change them out, right? So, these things happen. And, yeah, we do the best we can to, you know, there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to, live streaming. Really is. So Terry says, yeah, it's chip up time. But no, we greatly appreciate you guys being in here. It's awesome to have Wes here in the live stream. He does hold Wes's cash games here at Prime Social every Wednesday and Saturday. So as he was telling you guys before, he's going to try to focus on his series. Some tournaments. He's going to try to play the Game Changer, which is our 400K guaranteed $1,100 buy-in. But if you guys, every day at 9 and 4 for the next 5 days, you can start playing satellites. $180 satellites will get you in that 400K guarantee. 108, and we'll also be doing some sweats. Sweats are fun. They can call me Flipmaster Reese because of that stupid stuff. I love it though. Which basically a sweat is everyone gets about what, $150, $180. You get 9 players at the table. They all flip Omaha style one hand, and that player gets a entrant to the main event. And people will do those actually all day. It's actually very intriguingly interesting. So, yeah, other than that, if you guys got any other questions, the payouts should be out there already for you. We are 6 players left, 20K for first. And, yeah, we got Louise Animal still in the running. We got Mr. Adam Pearson, good friend of mine here at Prime. We lost my other friend Sean, who's a dealer here as well at Prime Social. But we still got Nada. We still have Jerome. We also have Paul, Nikki. Yeah, so we got some people left. Oh. And there you go. Let's go. I just run these cards through. Hey, y'all. What's up, Scott? Who you guys rooting for? Why don't you guys tell me? I know. Yeah. All right, here. Let's do it. So there's 6 players left. You got Paul, Jerome, Nada, Nikki, Derek, and Adam. You got those players left. Who are you guys rooting for? Put it in the chat. Let me know.
I shouldn't have said anything.
No, you shouldn't have said anything. Nikki, all right.
It's almost time to buy a baseball card.
Time to buy baseball. Nikki, okay.
No, soon Austin's going to push her. I got to buy it.
You got that from Game and Tonic, which is a streaming platform as well. So thank you guys for being here. Eric, so what this is that we have an intertwined feed. So we see all of our platforms at once. So me and Wes read off of Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch chat. So you guys might not see everyone talking, but we do. It's kind of integrated into one. My money is in Louise Animal. All right, Eric. Gotcha. But I see you guys. Me and Wes, we see you guys. We see what you guys are saying, and we, we try to, well, honestly, read and commentate back to everything you guys are saying in there. I mean, honestly, we're here for you guys. On top of that, like, yeah, it really helps you guys being in chat talking to us so we can feed off of stuff when me and Wes have no idea what we're saying. Or what I'm saying, for sure. And Wes is making me hungry eating some peanuts.
Hey, what's up, Scott? Spicy peanuts.
Oh, dude.
Not just any peanuts.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Only recently introduced to those.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Addicted. I carry them with me everywhere to every poker game now.
Do you? I'll have to get you some for Christmas, but I got some really good. Like the,
So two things.
The chili spicy ones?
Yeah. Two things. Those and then
too, I like.
these like beef sticks, like a Slim Jim, but a big one. Like my buddy Albert would carry these really long beef sticks and break them out and eat them in between tournament breaks or in cash games. And I always kind of like laugh at him. And then he let me have one. And first of all, it was really good. And then I just realized that what a good snack that is.
Oh, yeah.
for trying to make it through a poker game without eating a meal.
Yeah.
You know, you've already had one meal. Maybe you don't want to like eat again. You just want to kind of like stuff with protein. So I ordered all the peanuts, the spicy peanuts. And then I
Nice.
ordered
I like
all
the
these
spicy
like
peanuts.
flavored beef sticks.
I used to do little the pretzels. Like the little pretzels.
Yeah, see, stuff like that for me, that's not going to last. Like anything that's just carby, I'll just be hungry again. So like, but
See, I gotta throw like 3,000 carbs a day on me, or else my metabolism
that's crazy.
just goes so fast. It's just like, yeah.
Wish I had that problem.
Well, I wish I could gain weight.
No, you don't.
Yeah. What's up, Wes? Long time. Huh.
She was a yodeler, dude.
A yodeler.
You gotta let her yodel.
Oh, they're talking about the crab bears. You kind of heard that song like 4 times today.
Like 10 years ago. She died a long time ago. Dolores is so weird.
No. So at this moment, when we do chip stat, when we change chips or we chip up, however you want to say it, or just get some more of those chips off the table, or just change them to whites, get some more blues off, stuff like that. We also just like to update everything. We like to go ahead and see if there's problems with the cards or anything like that. We go ahead and just try to keep it fresh for you guys, so it just keeps on rolling so we don't have these problems. Of course, this is live, and we're a half an hour delay, so if there's a problem, it takes us 29.95 to fix it. Literally 30 minutes to fix it.
Hey, but that's honestly, that's how you know this stream is
legitimate,
secure,
yeah,
because
sure.
Nobody's watching any live feed to know there's a problem.
Yeah.
There are other streams where they have much more people part of their production crew, where somebody is actually watching and could go correct something live. But it's kind of funny, the fact that it does take 30 minutes to fix any kind of problem here means that this is a secure stream, and that no one's watching the live stream and could be telling anybody what any cards are. So that's one good thing about it.
I'll go with that one, right? Yeah, I think a lot of other people will too.
Okay, type a 1 in chat if you're going to be coming up here this next week to play a tournament.
Oh, yeah. And play with Wes.
Who am I going to see up here? Type a 1 in chat if you're going to be coming to play at Prime Social this week.
You will see me, sir.
You got to go see what you needed?
That's happened. That's why we don't do that. All right. We got Lay for one. It's Key Lay. All right. See you Wednesday. Nice. Come say hello. I will be here for sure. Reese. Josue. He says yes.
I would like to take Wesley's money. Liking to and being able to are two different things.
I don't know. Coming back from Vegas, folding jacks to you, Wes. I'm not too sure. I gotta say it once, Sway, just one time, bro. I said it in stream. I'll say, oh wow. Okay, we're waking up into some heads already.
Well, Eric, we're not gonna get into floor rulings because we're not floor. So
no.
There's definitely house procedures for how to handle marked cards and
absolutely.
The problem with what you're suggesting or asking is it's very possible a player could mark a card just to get a setup. So it's not always one of those things where you just say, yeah, if there's a marked card, we get a new setup. If it keeps happening, then somebody's doing it possibly on purpose. So
one thing I know for sure, no player right now has a cell phone allowed to come out on the stream. They can't have a headset, headphones, or they can't have their phones on the table. We've made sure that very clear.
yeah.
No one can come in. You guys see this section right now of the wood beams? No one can come within those sections, even the rail. That we just ask them not to. Lucky for them, there's actually TVs right behind this table right now where it's actually also showing this. So they can just watch it from there. Like, you don't have to rail, just watch on the TV.
So Nada finally having a hand that she can open raise with. She's been in spots before where somebody raised, so she had pocket eights twice, but this is the first time that, well, she did raise a queen nine when she was super short. She did shove, but this is an actual raise that she get a chance to raise, and she gets instantly 3-bet by Adam. It's not that big of a 3-bet, though.
I know.
So the concern she might have is that Adam's not, super deep, but she's also not that deep. So even though the bet's not that big, we talked about this earlier, you start putting 10% of your stack in pre-flop, it's possible you're all in by the river.
I'm going to be honest. I think that chip count might be a little off.
Who's
from
Adams? Earlier he did have a
He had about
much bigger stack.
1.5, so maybe this might be a little bit different. Yeah, here, let's see.
No, this is the raise.
Oh, okay.
It's not a bad fold because you're getting 3-bet. Look, the big blind is incentivized to do what? To just call, right? So he was the big blind, right, in that hand? I'm trying to see where the button is. I don't see the button, so maybe I'm wrong. Was she under the gun? It says she was under the gun, so he wasn't. So he was in the hijack, or the cutoff, sorry.
Well, it looks like he is the button right now, I'd say.
Yeah, so he was in the cutoff. No, sorry, that's not right.
No, wait a minute.
It doesn't matter. It looks like he had position on her.
Like that, yeah.
I was going to say, it's likely that he's 3-betting an under the gun player. He should have a pretty good, strong range. We didn't see his cards. So I think she made a good fold. I was thinking she was going to be in position during that hand, but since she was out of position, I wouldn't really mess around with that suited wheel ace.
Nikki's got a 9-8 of hearts here. There's 125. Okay. I'm not. After another break, I'm actually not against this a little bit, just seeing a flop at this point, where you kind of want to start seeing hands that's not exactly. They got the same amount of chip stack, basically. This is where they shouldn't be getting out of control, and this hand should be playing.
So here's the general theory.
A little bit more.
The current general theory about the small blind is that you should be 3-betting or folding. And the reason is because the times that you're calling, you're just allowing the big blind to get into the pot with you for a 2x, 2.5x, whatever sizing. And now you're going to be playing out of position against two players. So in general, they want, the training sites, the poker pros, the people that are out there talking about game theory want you to be 3-betting or folding. Now, she did have a pretty good flop. She flopped a flush earlier and did not play it aggressively. Sorry, a flush draw earlier.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing that again where she didn't check raise this flop. She
Paul would have hit 2-pair here, too. He would have flopped 2-pair.
Doesn't leave this
If the big
turn.
blind would have went in there, he would have flopped 2-pair right here, too, right?
So I don't love the call because it's just 9-8 off. Sorry, 9-8 suited is not very easy to play out of position. She's going to win this hand unless she folds somehow, thanks to this river. But
as you guys see, the river, there's still
when you have a late position raise, that guy's supposed to be pretty wide.
Yeah.
So you can definitely 3-bet this and get some folds sometimes. I think Ace-Jack probably would have continued. But overall, I wouldn't be flatting almost any hand in the small blind. But that's just, that's the modern poker theory way to go about things. Some of that stuff changes every 5 years. So maybe in 5 years, we're going to decide that flatting in the small blind is the new 3-bet.
Yeah, there we go. All right, guys. Things going on, trying to catch up. Oh, she's gonna take down a decent pot there. About 350.
And what's interesting about this, you look at actually looks very comfortable and confident. Like I just did a good job. So she's going to be incentivized to continue to call in the small blind if she has one of those marginal suited, like a not marginal, but like a suited gapper type hand. I don't think she's going to suddenly start raising that spot. So we might see some more times that she's in the small blind, seeing a flop out of position.
Well, it's kind of one of those things where, hey, if it works,
yeah, exactly. When it
yeah.
works, no, you'd never change.
Yeah, exactly.
So we can only assume that she's happy with how she played it. She got to the river and made a pair.
It also looked like they just changed dealers, guys. Yep, that's exactly what happens. Just bear with them.
So it's surprising that unless we missed a raise,
well, it just
looks like Derek decided to fold.
Fold, and instant, just a little bit of a. I think that's our first walk.
So I wonder. I mean, again, we were talking about Derek. Almost shouldn't be looking at his cards and raising. If the theory is that he's just gonna push around the table. I wonder what changed. I don't know if anything changed.
Maybe he watched some things on the live.
Whose big blind was it?
Not us.
I mean, she has enough chips now that I'm not worried about raising her big blind and getting shoved on. That's interesting. What to keep watching and see if did he go as far as he thought he could go, and now he got some resistance that we didn't
maybe
pick up on, but.
She should have. Well, we'll take a look at it in a second. And guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. Please, everyone in the stream, and this goes for everyone at the live stream. We're watching this the same time you guys are. We're in a half an hour delay. If you guys are in touch with people who are actually at this final table right now and they're texting you, please don't spoil it for the rest of us. It's one of those pet peeves of mine as a commentator. I greatly appreciate the truth and honesty I give to you guys, and I would like that in return. If you are in touches with people on this final table and something happens, just don't kill for the rest of us, please.
So Derek's back to raising, but this is a hand he would probably raise no matter what. 7-6 suited. Everybody likes to play a fun suited connector.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Adam raised under the gun first, and then Derek called. Sorry, I got that backwards.
Oh, wow. So this is going to be about the second hand other than the 7
So I like this because, I don't think you want to 3-bet the 6-7 against the under the gun player's range. So I like flatting, hoping the guy has a big hand, and then you can flop something and bust him.
Yeah, something.
So
nuts,
3-betting
right?
just gives him an opportunity to re-raise you, 4-bet you. So I like that Derek just called. I like Adam C-bet because he's supposed to have these cards.
Yes, absolutely.
Derek's supposed to have some of these cards too, but
125? You think about 125 is good? 105?
Everything, when you get to a final table, everything slows down and everything shrinks. I tell all my friends when they make a final table, if they haven't done that before, it's like, just don't be shocked that everything slows down and everything shrinks.
Sure.
And what I mean by that is most of the time, every raise pre-flop gets smaller and every C-bet gets smaller. You're going to start seeing people, min-bet the flop when there's 4 big blinds and they're going to bet 1. And they're going to get folds and you're going to be like, what's going on?
Sure.
But because it's money, the money is now a factor more than it was before, that people are making tighter decisions or more careful decisions. So
we should see a fluctuation between that, like you're saying.
Well, the problem is we have different level of players at this table who all have different experiences. So it's really hard to say this entire table is going to play smaller and bet smaller. We might have some people that I'd actually think seat 9 might pot it more than other people. There's just different things that people are going to do based on their experiences. So
Derek's starting to get hit.
But I think the small bet was actually exactly what that pot needed.
Sure.
Derek's back to his ace-king, third time at the final table. And I do want to go back. Eric made a comment about GTO. He hears a lot that GTO is sometimes do this and sometimes do that. First, I want to point out I'm not talking about GTO.
No.
I really, if you watch my vlog, I talk a lot more about exploitative poker, taking advantage of other people's mistakes. If you're playing GTO, to study GTO and play GTO means that you're playing with people that are as good as you or better than you, and that are exploiting you. And if you're playing a $250 tournament, you're not playing with a bunch of people who are exploiting you. They're playing their hand, they're playing the board, and every once in a while they're going to play the player. But you don't really have to worry about GTO in the games you're probably playing and that we're probably playing very often. So I don't talk about it a whole lot. And I don't think the small blind re-raise thing has anything to do with game theory optimal. It just has to do with how hard it is to play a hand out of position against two players, and the fact that most of the time the late position range is going to be wider, and you could just take it down with a free bet from the small blind instead of calling and trying to play post flop.
Game theory. GTO. There's a lot of slang terminologies, and something that, again, like we said, people who are familiar with it, who goes into it, use those abbreviations. Just like ICM.
What's up, like Pez?
Independent calculated module. Like, come on. You know? It's always called ICM, right?
Independent chip modeling.
Yep. Isn't it module?
No.
Modeling? Is it module?
There were we can talk later, but there was a stream, and I'll just awkwardly stand in front of you where you guys were talking about ICM, and I was just sitting at home, like everything that was said was wrong. I just felt like, what are y'all talking about? I wish I was there so we could talk about this, but it seemed like it was a big misunderstanding maybe about ICM. So maybe we can talk about it sometime, and it's possible that we could just both come to the same understanding and understand it better.
I'll blame dyslexia. How about a flop for Adam?
Yeah, he's got a chance. These are those interesting spots in the poker where Nikki has, well, it changed. The percentages are changing as we speak.
They were.
So you had 50-something%, and then you see this flop, and it all goes away. Now you're in last place. Wish we had the graphic that's showing us what happened pre-flop, because I'm wondering, did Nikki raise? They both called, or did she limp in?
I don't know
and we got to because Derek's in the big blind with Jack 5 offsuit. It's unlikely he called a raise, but we did see him do that earlier actually, so I can't say he didn't do it. He called a raise in the small blind with a hand that I would have folded. And now we're getting some action on this flop.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, you guys can see that. Hold up. There we go. Oh.
Okay, so Nikki was never in the hand, so it was just a limp and a call, and a limp and a check. Can't believe she wasn't in the hand with King Queen. Maybe that's... This is what happens also when we are talking about something and we're not staring at the board or the screen to see if she had cards or not.
Is this for this time where Adam has too many outs?
Oh, he has just enough number of outs.
Enough to hit it.
So this is what's awkward in poker when you've been check calling and now you're just gonna have to lead. You don't really have an option. The question you have to ask yourself is, do I believe the person?
He led on the turn actually.
Adam led the turn. Check, bet, call. No, flop. Oh, so yeah, he did lead the turn. Interesting. Okay.
So this actually will.
Yeah, this works. So that's my point. Is like if you're gonna not even slow play, but if you're not gonna raise your draws, either when you get there or you don't, you're gonna have to lead out. And he decided to do that on the turn when he picked up a gut shot straight draw on the turn. So I do like that. He decided, hey, this is my spot. I need to put some pressure here on some of the weaker hands. Now, he did make a really good hand. He has no idea what Derek has. He has to bet. And on that board, I think you should bet pretty big because, the big blind could have some two pairs there.
Sizing there?
What was the sizing based on the pot? I wasn't looking at the pot.
It was 750 plus 3.1. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
350 into 750?
So the idea is that you can bet more, like more percentage of the pot when there's more hands that could be made. So when your opponent can have a wider range of hands, so he can have all these hands that make 2 pair, which is what he basically is targeting at that spot. There should be no sets necessarily.
Right.
So he's targeting all these 2 pairs that could have been made by 3, 4, 5. You know, all the hands that are in that wheel range could have made 2 pairs. So I think a half pot bet's fine.
C-Boy, try that payout thing one more time. Do payouts. And that's going to give Adam some momentum. That's going to give him close to 3 million. There you go. You got it. Not a problem, bud. We're here for you. T-Man RL. T-Man RL. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Pride family. How we doing?
Jerome finally with an opening hand.
Hey, he's been kind of snug, isn't he?
Looks like he's going to call. So guys, you know, this is the part of commentary that I do that maybe others don't do, and I'm just going to say Jerome's making a mistake here, guys. When it's you're in the cutoff, it's folded to you. You've got a suited ace. You're up against the blinds and one other player. You've got to be putting a raise in. You want people to fold pre-flop.
Sure.
You want to take that money down, and you can't do that when you limp in. When you limp in, you're saying, I want to win this hand the exact percentage of the strength of my hand, which might be 15%, 20%, whatever, with a hand like this. He ends up being way ahead of King Deuce, but you don't know what the other cards are. The other hands are, excuse me. But when you raise, you now get a chance to win more often than you're supposed to, because people are going to fold hands that have equity. Limping in says, I just want to win this as often as everybody else is going to win this
Right.
with this hand.
No aggression to it. Now he decides to aggress as soon as he hits a pair on the flop. That dude is Zoot. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Pride family. How you doing? That's an interesting.
So this is kind of a weird,
Yeah, this is
really weird hand. So like we talked about this earlier, every bet should be for a reason. It's either a bluff, it's a value bet, or a semi-bluff. And I have no idea what this raise is.
Well, let me ask you a question. Hasn't Jerome kind of soaked himself with this hand? If she were to go all in, he's pot committed at this point. Don't you? I mean, you can find yourself a fold, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would just call, if you're up against a 4, you're in big trouble, and I don't know what else somebody's leading out with. Maybe a worse 3. Are they really, as soon as you raise them, are they going to call and give you any action? So you could also be up against something like pocket 5s.
I was thinking, is that something like that I would think in there? You're trying to knock out anything like 5s or 6s or whatever?
So yeah, I'm not really happy with how that was played, but maybe Jerome has something specific that he knows about Nikki that we haven't seen. You know, these people did play this tournament the entire time, while we, or at least I, had trouble putting chips in a bag, and I sat at home, you know, wishing each day that I had gone as far as these people had. So maybe there's something that he knows that I don't know.
We're all delayed, Cammy. We're a half an hour delay. Welcome, Micro. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Prime family. At this point, I do have a question, though, Wes. And the thought process that sometimes you can limp like strong hands, like kings and aces there. Is that something on the board like that where you can make a call like that as well? Like, I mean, that wouldn't be the worst as a thought process for it. Is this someone trapping, like, heavily? Someone trying to get their stack double up? Oh. You know what I mean? Looking at a flop.
I don't.
Very safe flop. Lead out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a direction you can take with an ace-3 there, you know what I mean? But, like, you know, I mean, where someone
It's just weird to take that hand and turn it into a bluff, because basically that's what he did. He basically tried to get better hands to fold, and there's no weaker hand that's ever going to call, which means he's bluffing. So he took ace-3, flopped a 3, and then decided to try to bluff with it. And I don't know. It's just kind of a weird.
Yeah, not exactly betting for value. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and it's not that he can go 3 streets for value, you know. But you know, we talked about this earlier when Nada had the 8s on the 10 Jack Queen Jack board. Is his goal should have just been get the showdown and try to just scoop what's out there. You know, he already, in my opinion, messed up by not raising pre-flop. We're now at the flop. We did a flop bottom pair. Let's just hope that it can come 7-9 and we do scoop against king deuce. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't fold to her bets, but the raising part, I want to have a goal. Am I trying to get more money in, or am I trying to bluff her? And I guess he thought he was trying to bluff her, but I'm not sure off what, because the board was 4-4-3.
All right, so now we have a up and down for Louisiana. Gut shot for Nikki, plus backdoor flush draw with the heart, king heart. I mean,
so this is what we talked about.
Yeah.
What I said earlier. So now we got Derek raising the button, and she calls again in the small line because last time it worked. Yeah. So she definitely didn't, quote unquote, learn her lesson, and she's gonna decide. Oh, I thought that was a check raise for a second.
No,
so she does have the best hand at the moment, but she has a hand that's kind of hard to play. King high with a gut shot. She's gonna have to make some decisions. I assume he's gonna put a lot of pressure on her on the turn. I think he should be targeting trying to get some flush draws and straight draws to fold hands that might have a 10 or a 7 in them. I personally, in this spot, I think I'll be betting this closer to pot than I would
like
half
550,
pot.
right?
Yeah,
like I would just go really heavy on
because
this, right?
it's almost half her stack, and if she ends up shoving, you're at that point you kind of have the odds. So he doesn't look like he didn't go that big.
It looks like 475. Okay.
Yeah, right. He didn't go that big. I would actually be putting just a ton of pressure on her. I'm not saying that this doesn't. You know, this is a little bit more than a quarter of her stack, something less than a third.
Well, it says she's only got $1 million behind.
Yeah, she does.
So.
Oh wait, hold on. So the white chips are 100K.
Yeah.
So she's got more than that then, because that's a stack. That's 500K. That's like 600. That's 11, 12, 13, 14. She's got like maybe 1.5, I would say.
1.3,
1.5. Sometimes they get off, but see, this is that's a really good bet. He didn't need to go big apparently, and that's why I'm saying it's so hard with her spot. So this is the issue with calling in the small blind out of position with a hand like that is, if you can, and you can also see, and this is of course. Now results oriented and looking at his hand. Absolutely. She could have 3-bet him pre-flop and just taken this down. So that one's going to sting a little bit. She knows that she had a chance. She could have drawn to the best hand, but she just felt like she got priced out of it.
I love our viewers.
Yeah,
this stuff I'm just not.
Well, they're pointing out what I didn't really notice. The jack would have been the straight for both of them. That would have been sick. I was just not really looking at what card. Derek, man, just playable hand after playable hand.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes like this in poker.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It does go like this in poker. But right now, people like Adam and even the people like Paul, they're kind of right there. They're getting chips to stay even to kind of where they're at. They're not really going up and down, and they're just letting the rest of it happen. They're kind of letting Derek take it because they're not getting hands.
This is actually where the whole concept of ICM really does come into play, because you got one guy that's kind of starting to run away with it, and then nobody else can get any traction. So now it's like, okay, it's very possible I'm not going to win this, because this dude's just winning every hand and his chip stats going up and up. So now it's actually even more important for me to make sure I at least get the position I'm in.
Yeah.
If I am going to bust, get second and not fifth. So it becomes to all these decisions against the other players for their stacks, and you don't want to play a big hand against Derek, so it kind of cripples them and makes them really have to play a tighter range. It's really it's frustrating when you're at a final table like this and you got one guy that's just you haven't been able to increase your stack a whole lot, and he just does it over and over every hand. And we might see some decisions made later.
Do you like the fact
I
that it
do.
shows
I
that?
do because he's just want to say, look, I haven't gone to showdown in a while. I want you guys to realize I still have it every time. I do
Gotcha.
like that. I mean, hiding your hands, in general, I like not showing my hands. I want people to always, I'd rather people always be unsure of what I'm doing.
Sure.
But I think what he's doing there is he hasn't gone to showdown in a while. She tanked forever before she folded. I mean, that she's thinking maybe this guy's getting out of line, but he just wants to set him back in. No, guys,
Yeah.
I've got a good hand every time.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Keep
Let's go.
folding. Keep
Yeah,
folding.
keep on folding. Yeah.
That's what's weird about tournaments and final tables is you want to fold there every time.
Yeah.
You know, you just want to just steal and steal and steal
Yeah.
and steal until these guys are so short that they have to go all in with 5 big blinds. So he's not really like, please call me, please call me. He wants to take that down. Final tables
the
are weird.
buy-in was $250 actually, Eric. And now Adam with a premium queen jack hand here. Adam let out here kind of a little bit. What? 2.1x. Now will Jerome actually elect to actually call this? Jerome's been pretty snug right now. Baby girl, Texas. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Prime Family. Just gonna get a little snaggle. Right? Little snaggle.
I mean, if I'm Jerome, I'm excited to have such a strong hand in the big blind.
Sure.
And then this is the flop. 9 forward deuce.
Interesting. Looks like Jerome's gonna lead out here. Oh, I believe if Adam could find a 3-bet here, that it would take it down. For sure.
That's the problem with this play by Jerome is when I play tournaments and someone does this to me, I just raise them every time.
Yeah.
Like the best hand it is like, you know, a 9, a bad 9, you know. There's not very often that they've got a hand that should be leading that flop now.
I mean, right now, Adams and Chipley are second in chips by 2.2, which is almost 1.4
So
million
this is
below
what
there.
I feel like this is what I just talked about.
Yeah,
you know, you got Adam
I see.
folding a hand there where he might have made a stronger play earlier in the tournament, but now he's thinking about how he doesn't want his chip stack to get down lower than it is now.
Yeah.
He wants to stay in whatever position he's in at least, so he could potentially get that prize pool money. And
Or
if
he could find a way to go heads up to.
and if he just starts calling off with queen highs against other players, you know, he might go from expected third, second place to now getting
Fifth,
sixth place or fifth place,
Yep.
whatever we have left.
Sixth.
So it's interesting how what we were talking about, the ICM implications might actually have made him not take an aggressive move on a play that seemed pretty obviously not a strong hand, that lead out in the big blind.
Adam's talking a little bit right now. You haven't seen Adam really say a word in the last hour and a half. OMG Riverdonk. Adam will beat Derek heads up. You might get the opportunity to see that, but we still have 2 ladies still at the table and 4 men total. So we still got 6 people. Hey Reese, it's Kayla. Hey Kayla, what's up? How are you? Haven't seen you for a while. Hello. Everyone's still in contention to play, and anyone can get first in this still. I mean, it just takes a couple hands to just bamboozles.
The dynamicness of a final table that things can change just like that.
Second is last.
So Jerome limped in with the 5-3. This is a spot, small blind versus big blind. You know, it's the one spot where limping in is actually okay. You just need to have a plan for how you want to play your small blind. So there's a couple different theories. I guess there's 2. One is, you know, you're going to play your hands with their actual value. So you're going to raise your good hands and limp your okay hands. And most of the time when you're limping, about maybe 50% of the time, you're okay calling a raise. And maybe the other 50% of the time, you're just going to fold. So that means that every time you limp, it doesn't mean that you're going to fold. So you're not as easy to read. And then the other theory is you can just limp in all your hands. that you want to play, even your big ones.
Yeah.
That gets much more harder to play because you gotta have to choose sometimes to back raise. So most of the people that are playing in our range of tournaments are gonna do the range of, okay, I'm gonna raise my good hands, limp some of my hands that I'll probably fold to, and limp some of my hands that I'm gonna call to. I tend to do the more, I'm just gonna if I'm getting in this hand, it's probably 75% or 80% raising, and there's a few times I'll limp where I'm gonna call. So actually, it's more likely that I limp that I'm going to call than fold. But most of I'm just raising, and I probably would have actually raised the 3-6, and I probably would have won against the Jack-6 offsuit. But I don't think there's anything wrong with Jerome limping if he's going to go ahead and call, because I think that hand plays okay.
I mean,
I didn't look at the sizing that Adam made it though.
155.
Yeah, I would if I've already put in the 25K to make it 50. You know, it's 100K more. You're getting almost like 2 to 1. Of course, I say these words and I'm not actually doing the math. So, guys, I'm just saying you're getting a pretty good odds to. Let's see, it would be 150. Yeah, it's 2 to 1. So you have to basically win 30% of the time. And it's kind of weird. So here's something we can talk about, like cash games. Those odds really matter because that's exact money that you could win. Like, you know, if your hand is less than 30%, you know, and you have to put in a third, then you should never call. But tournaments are a little bit different because there's a thing that can happen in tournaments, and that is that Jerome, every chip Jerome makes can actually mean he can do more in this final table. Like he has more tools.
Yes.
So this is called chip utility. He has the ability to do more if he doubles his stack or even 50% increases his stack. So it's not just like a cash game where you're like, Jerome, you put in a third of the chips with a 25% chance to win. That's bad. Well, but every time that's 25% that he does win, if that means he can now start bluffing and not have to only raise with value hand, like that changes his entire
same
tournament.
thing, like you said, 25%. He just got to be right to either call or 3-bet on that to take Adam off his Jack-6 hand, which Adam has again.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like having that percentage to actually, you know, just follow through with it, because you're right. Once he establishes that, that's more units for him to use later. And that is strength in a tournament, is, you know, not only how you play,
well,
each hand is, and, you know.
Yeah. And during a normal stage of the tournament, you know, you can do a lot more because everyone's deeper, so there's a lot more things you can do. But at the final table, it's still important, or it's still potential that changing his stack size, you know, means he can now raise fold on the button with a hand that he wouldn't have done before. You know, just that really changes because the amount of times you can steal at a final table, if he could get a stack where he was comfortable stealing, you know, he could still, you know, 4 or 5 blinds in the next 30 minutes and just really take his stack up and up and up. So it just really changes things. So I mean, I understand that it's 3-6 suited. You know, we're not talking about him folding Jack-10 or something. Right. You know, it's just something to think about. You start to watch people play. You can start to put together a formula for how they think about poker.
I'm upset, dude. You got a high from Alex Optional. I didn't get a high at all. That sucks, bro.
What's up, Alex? I miss you, Alex.
Alex, that hurts. I miss you too, dude. Like, that hurts. Ow.
This dude's fucking locked in. This dude is locked in, bro. It's gonna be hard to beat today.
I think they're tired. They're laughing.
I mean that.
So now I think it's like Jack.
You're locked in. Just trust me when I tell you.
Is Alex still in Vegas right now?
He was in Florida, I believe. Working on his indoor tan.
Yeah.
Becoming wider every day.
Still, of course, growing the physicalnesses of the hair and beard.
Nick from Yuma, the legend, is in the house. So Nick is saying hi to Pez, and I'm going to take this moment to, as Nada goes on with ace-8 under the gun, we'll come back to what I was going to say. And Derek will be calling unless somehow I don't know anything about poker. Actually, it's 1.1 million. Let me back up. She has a lot more than I thought. She got 20. She has 20 big blinds, right? So that's actually a pretty big shove. Blinds are still 50K. This is very
No, 60K.
60K.
Right?
So this is actually possibly a fold for a third of his stack. In fact, I actually would fold this for a third of my stack. I was thinking that she was still short. I don't think I would actually make this.
985, honestly.
Personally, I would not be making this move with Ace 8. You're not that desperate. You're under the gun. What's going on?
Did Louisiana ask for a count?
But
he
she
can't do that.
no,
right?
like the dealer can't make her. Like why is she counting?
Did he ask? Oh,
So
he
I think
lays
it's
it
I
down?
think it's a good fold. Like for that much of your stack, I think she's risking a little bit too much at this point. To be honest, if the blinds are still, if she's got what 17, 18 big blinds, Nikki's hand is definitely not good enough to call. Oh, she was counting to see if because she'll be all in.
Nah,
That's not right.
Derek's saying
why does it
something
say
about slow roll.
Why does it say all in to call? She's definitely got more than 795. Well, yeah, because the white chips are 100Ks.
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh. Careful what you say, Nikki. I swear to
I
God,
can't-
she
what-
just said
what'd she
all in.
say?
I thought she said all in, and he said, excuse me?
Mhm.
And
But she asked a question
asked-
because he said yes, ma'am. So I don't know. Overall, everybody I think made.
Ah, Derek wants to say, he says show it to me one time.
Oh no, she should not show it. Please.
She said it'll be live. Good,
Yeah, exactly.
Not a good answer. Good answer. I like it. Oh, she showed him an ace. Ah, that's not fair.
I like it though, because if she's gonna be shoving as wide as Ace 8, you can show the ace to kind of like, oh, okay, she had Ace King, she just didn't want to play it. It can kind of set
Why
a.
do you do that whole Neil trick where he shows the ace and you flip over as another ace, but he does the same card?
How do you do
Like, he flipped. You've seen him do that, right?
Not that one.
You never seen that? He does it where he'll sit there and he'll flip it over. It's the same card, but everyone looks like it was like two aces or some stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know. Some magic trick stuff.
So I was gonna say before that hand started, got Pez in chat, and I'm actually gonna do a session with Pez this week, where we're gonna go and we're gonna review his live stream that he recently played, and we're gonna talk about the hands. So if you guys don't subscribe already to my YouTube channel, Wes Cutshaw, you can just type in Wes Poker on YouTube. We're gonna be doing a hand review, looking at an amazing session, from what I understand, that Pez had.
Okay.
It's most likely gonna be. She's all in the game with Ace 9.
Oh.
And now this time after there was an open. And was there a limp from? No, there was a. Yeah, she's gonna take this one down, but I guess she's just decided, no one else is being too aggressive. No one's calling off too light, that she's gonna go for it. Unless her stack is smaller than, if someone else's stack can be off, I guess hers could be off too. So this Friday is the plan. Me and Pez doing a live stream in the afternoon. If you guys just follow my YouTube channel, you will see the alert come up. It's gonna be an interesting session.
Played for about a year.
Derek says he's been playing for
Congratulations on your year of poker.
It's been a solid year, sir.
Yeah.
Solid year.
Even with everybody being so tight, just my personal, I'm not doing it with Ace 9.
No, I did.
Either of those times, like it's clearly worked, but it's just she's not. We should count her stack when they show her, just to make sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna see it.
I mean, if she,
all right, so Nikki's
she's
got
short,
at least a $500,000 there. She's got,
she's got over a million. She's got like 1 point. She still has the same, the
She looks like
1.3 to 5 that we
1.3,
talked
yeah.
about. Like she only lost the one King 9 hand.
And Paul here has at least 1.5, maybe closer to 1.8.
That's
give or take.
so his is correct.
Yeah. All right.
No, she has over. She's like 1.5.
1.5, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not risking all that. So let's get back into the ICM discussion. She's risking getting knocked out when she has a healthy enough stack to just play
Take
poker.
third, fourth play. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like right now, everyone's kind of in the mix of it. Let's see where. Yeah, look at this. All right, so that's off. Nikki's is off. Actually, I think everyone's is off probably about
It's weird.
200,000.
It's weird.
Yes.
Yeah, if you guys want to
Nikki-
count,
yeah.
the
Here.
white chips are 100Ks, the blue chips are 25Ks, and the red chips are 5Ks. So if you can see a 20 high stack of blues, 25, sorry, the reds are going to be 100K for a stack. It's going to be 500K if you have a stack of blues, and nobody has an entire stack of whites. So you can just kind of see a half stack of whites is going to be $1 million. So some of these counts are off. I think Reese went out there to see if we could redo the stacks at some and get them on. But of course, that'll be 30 minutes from now. So even Derek's stack might be off. Is that 3 stacks of white? I mean, it definitely has 2 stacks of white, which would be 2 million. 2 million there, and then. Okay, well, Nikki's got a real hand now, regardless of what her stack might be.
I wasn't on.
Oh,
My
I
bad. I was like, wait, I hear like a double loud muffle echo here. Like,
Nikki with kings in the hijack.
this is actually one of the first premium hands we've actually seen, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ace, king, and jacks are like the best hands we've seen so far.
It's kind of sad. Wait.
Put 110, yeah.
This should be just a call. Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's just a call.
Yeah, just one.
So what's the action? There's a raise. Oh, she just called. She messed up on a raise on accident?
It looks like she just messed up on a raise.
She put 80 out there. What's the... Oh, the big blind's up.
Oh my god, if Adam would just peel this, like, so
come on, like,
disgustingly. Like, ace 4
Somebody, if you guys were watching closer than we were... Oh my God. No way.
Oh, dude.
What a way to...
This is disgusting, dude.
Can y'all tell us did she try to raise and she just didn't put enough out, or what happened?
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh god.
Okay, yeah. We were talking, but we were looking, but all I saw was that she had chips out, and it looked like it went out. Oh, meow.
So if I'm him, I'm just check calling. Like I'm just gonna let her bet.
Well, that's exactly what he
King
did.
on the turn. Well, see, at this point. Okay, so if I'm Adam, I might have actually bet this turn card because I don't really expect my opponent to bet this.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
so yeah, it looks pretty strong when you bet this, but I would bet something small. Maybe they'll think I have an ace high. So on the pot of 280, maybe I bet 100, 125, and just see if they'll call. And if they have a jack, I'm already just I'm gonna double her up. So I guess not with the stack she actually has, but so she bet again.
Let's see if there's a cooler. It's gonna happen. I can't tell if that's the nasty king or not. Okay,
No,
no.
it's just a 5. So he checked again. Oh,
I
man,
literally
she's
cannot
just-
see. Yeah, she's just going.
What is it she thinks that he's calling with?
Tens here? Tens, nines, maybe?
I honestly don't know. And it went check, it sounds like. Man, I'm really surprised he didn't lead one of those. Yeah, and then I think Nada said nice check. Somebody said nice check. Wow. Yeah, so someone's asking how does she not put him on a jack there? I would definitely been afraid of a jack, which is why if I'm Adam,
Yeah.
I'm gonna lead that turn. It's about being exploitative.
I like your lead out on
Not-
the turn. I like your lead on the turn more than in position leading out in the river, but I think once that clean river hits for Ad's perspective, he needs to put now a value bet out there.
I mean, is he
to
worried
hit
about
whatever.
a jack? I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. I just don't expect any other hand to bet, so I'm going to go ahead and bet, but it is what it is.
Nom nom nom.
So we're back to Derek raising. The graphics are still catching up from last hand. But Derek's doing his job as the chip leader, putting pressure on everybody. Looks like it's going to work. He's going to take it down pre-flop.
There we go. Hand number 47. We're at 480-80.
So I played a final table that was a pretty big final table that had a really interesting dynamic where one guy was supposed to bust out. Like, he was the smallest stack, but he just wasn't playing any hands. And it actually allowed me for a long period of time just to raise, and everybody would fold because they kept thinking, well, this guy, you know, ICM-wise, this guy's going to... But then I think they all kind of realized at one point,
He wasn't going to do it?
he's just not going to bust out.
He's going to wait
just
for
gonna,
tens or
yeah,
aces or kings.
honestly, and then they started busting. It was really crazy. They started
just
busting each other out, and then it just kept going because, like, well, this guy's not going to do anything. We can't worry about him anymore. It's almost like he's not here anymore. Like, he has busted. And they played some pots against each other, and it made some interesting stuff happen while this guy's still sitting on, like, 8 big blinds.
How much did he ladder up?
All the way to second place for,
That's my
for
boy.
62K, and he plays here. So, like, he's it's crazy. The whole story is crazy. Like, I wish we had that final table recorded.
Oh, man.
If I remember right, he played 2 hands, really, the entire final table until we got heads up. And it was like ace-jack both times where he'd been folding, and finally he just, like, re-raise all in and then just bust somebody. Or doubled up through somebody the 2 times he played, but he just folded and folded and folded all the other times, and everybody just played like he wasn't there. Then we get heads up. We played for a little while. I had a 5-1 chip lead to start because he hadn't either hadn't had hands, hadn't been aggressive, you know, whatever the situation was. He ends up shoving on me. He has queen 8. Sorry, he shoves on me. I look down at ace queen and call, and he has queen 8. Like, what a spot to be in, right?
Yeah.
Queen 8 suited. Turns an ace. He's shaking my hand, and it hadn't even hit me that he had no outs at that point. Like, why is he shaking my...
Wow.
Oh, he's got no outs. Then tournament's over, and boom. Yeah, that was...
That's great. But yeah, amazing starting from, 9th place with 10 big blinds, and your payout is due to you at, $3,500, and you ladder up $56,000 more.
It's pretty crazy.
Thank you, ship it. But again, we could talk about that too, about ICM and all this other stuff where, people feel like they have to, tournaments, oh, you got to go all with all the big blinds of that. Yeah, there's a point where you do get scared, but it also depends, people have reasons why they play tournaments. People have reasons why they play tight or loose or aggressive. Some people do want to win this. Other people are like, Yeah,
I've definitely played almost all my tournaments without caring about the ICM because I don't play these for money. I play them for fun, and the money is just like something that helps you to continue to play, and it pays for your trips and stuff like that. So yeah, I got to win money if I'm gonna want to keep playing poker for the rest of my life. But I don't sit down. I don't show up to a tournament because it's like I really need 30K right now.
Right.
Like,
I gotta bank this, baby.
Yeah, I just
right?
know.
Yeah,
I'm just coming to play to have fun, and hopefully I make more money than I spend on it.
Paul is actually putting a 3-bet.
Yeah, this is great. So your hand's actually really playable with king, queen, and the big blind. But at the same time, if you just completely miss the flop, you're probably going to have to check fold to this guy. So why not put in a re-raise, put him on the spot? Derek's got a good enough hand to try to see a flop.
Now, should this be concerning, Paul?
No, I think Paul should still kind of just assume that Derek has like a pocket pair that's okay. I think if I was Paul and I hadn't hit this flop, I would still c-bet. And I think Derek's probably a little bit concerned that the guy did have a bigger ace, so he probably would have proceeded pretty cautiously. Paul basically, binks this flop. He's probably going to lead out.
Ooh, heavy. 325?
Well, the pot's 920 because it was 3-bet, so the pot's pretty big.
Okay.
I was going to say Derek is probably a little concerned. If he hits an ace, he probably would have been pretty cautious because he probably does think that ace, king, ace, queen are in Paul's 3-bet range. But with a suited ace, it's good enough to see a flop and see what can happen.
Adam's laughing. Like, here, you can also tell... All right, Adam's got more comfortable. He has laddered himself up to comfortable second place in chips right now after flopping that three threes, right? So, like, you know, you could tell his relaxation as most definitely becoming the form, right? So,
you know, and one of the things that does for him is that just allows him to not have to feel like he has to open as many hands with the chip leader on his left.
yeah.
And that's huge. You know, you pick up some of those pots to where you're like, okay, I can just chill out for a few more levels until some more people bust out before, you know, at some point I'm going to have to battle with this dude on my left.
Right.
But at least I can maybe delay it a little bit.
I can also possibly ladder up
Until
two,
I've,
three
exactly,
positions,
I've
right?
secured a little bit more money.
Right.
And you, so he's a dealer, right?
Yes.
So I'm just going to make some assumptions that once you start getting up to, you know, let's say 5th to 1st place, that money matters to him. You know,
Sure.
so he's
Yeah.
going to be making decisions because that money matters, which is totally fine and acceptable in these games. A lot of these people are going to be making decisions because this money matters to them, and it's going to change
And I agree
what
with you
they can do.
100%. But on top of that, too, not only is he a dealer and a player, but, like, the difference of a $250 buy-in to difference of right now, money at 6th place is $4,360. Now, the next at 5th place, it's $5,700. After that, you're looking at $7,600. Then you're talking about $10K.
Yeah, I mean, the
So
difference
within
between 5th and 3rd is $5K, dude. That's legit money. Almost
Yeah.
5K.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, yeah,
That's legitimate money.
it's a nice little, whatever, Christmas. You know what I mean?
It's a nice,
We got a family, so
it's a nice Wes's game cash game buy-in.
Yeah, it's a West
You know,
Cash game buy. Yeah, correct. This is life-changing money. Eric, this could be life-changing to other people. Normally, when people who play poker and more of an amateur and professional level consider a 6-figure income to be a little bit change. And now this could be life-changing to you. And, you know, $1,500 could be life-changing to anyone. I'm just saying, like, theoretically, from a professional perspective, life-changing money in a poker industry is roughly a 6-digit. Is that?
Yeah, I would
Wouldn't
agree
you
with that.
agree with that?
But I mean, like this is just like we were talking about the chip utility thing. Is, you know, let's say this dealer Adam, you know, he's doing fine financially, but he picks up $10K to play poker with now when he's not playing.
Yep.
You know, maybe he didn't have a great bankroll, but now he can. So now he can freely play 1-3 for, you know, a good amount of time, you know, without having to worry about it. That's life changing. You know, that changes
Sure.
his life
Yeah,
where
no,
he can
sure.
play poker now more than he could
Nikki just
before.
went all in here.
You know, it's not going to change his finances technically, but you know, if it can go all to a bankroll, you know, that could change what he does in poker. So
Absolutely.
So, am I right that this is a 20 big blind shove? Like,
That's not right either. She does not have 1 point. She's less than 600.
It said 1.6. Or where's she at? Nikki, 1.6 million.
She only had
19 big blinds.
I don't think that's accurate. I think
So-
something happened. They are, guys, just let you know, they have fixed it. Half an hour. I went and talked to them. They are fixing the chip counts.
Let's just
For
talk
sure.
about if that was true.
Yes. If that was
20 big blind shove. That range of chips to put in the middle, I would be doing only over somebody else's raise, because you're risking a lot just to run into. And I wouldn't do it with that hand, but like once you're putting, I wouldn't just put 20 big blinds in.
Well, here's Nikki.
You know, it's fine if you have a really good hand.
That's 5.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. Maybe like 1 million. Oh, no.
she's lost some since the last, because
That's
she lost
about
with
a
the
million.
kings, but she at least has $1 million.
Yeah, that's about 1 million. Because see, right now.
But
it's
even
saying
this, like, I think this hand is too good to be doing this. I think her hand is so strong she should be raising, hoping somebody calls, hoping somebody hits an ace, and get some chips.
Now, could this possibly be just an experience?
Says that she 3-bet shoved ace 9, but I didn't see anybody. I didn't see the raise. Who raised?
I didn't see a raise, Rich.
So my point then is, yeah, like to 3-bet shove a hand for that many blinds makes sense. Now, not that hand, I wouldn't be shoving.
Right.
But if you had ace-jack suited, that's probably where I would start thinking about shoving for 20 big blinds. And I would even expect that sometimes ace-queen offsuit, I would actually be able to get a better hand. I'd be able to get pocket sevens to fold. There are hands that I am getting to fold.
Okay.
With ace-9, man, it's really risky that you just get called by an ace and you got 3 outs, or you got pocket 10. You don't have the overs to a lot of the cards that. Well, she's got ace-9 suited now.
Again.
Raise 250.
225, almost 3x. Or is it 250? Can't tell.
Now, again, what I was saying before, is that an experience of taking like ace king and doing a. Well, I like Wes's opinion. That's what we are. We're commentators. We opinionate, and on top of that, Wes has opinion, I have my opinion.
Yeah.
We're not always accurate, but
I'm on here to.
I feed off of Wes.
I'm in
Wes
here to
feeds
talk
off
about-
of me, and we talk about our opinion of how this final table's going.
Yeah.
Hey, Wes, it's 40,000 80.
40, 80, 80. Let's
40,
go.
80. We're hand number 54. Okay, so we most definitely have kind of grinded to. Chips are still now merging in a little bit. They are kind of going. People kind of losing and gaining a little bit, but like you got your two lefties over here on your left side, Adam and Derek, who now are pretty high in the chips, 2.9 and 3.3, right? And then you kind of got the chip stacks. Jerome's still kind of just nursing the 1.3, 1.6 range. And Nadia and Nikki have been kind of going back and forth between the ranges. This being said, like, since the last bust out, play has just kind of elongated a little bit, right? People
Yeah,
not
and this
really
is what we
getting-
talked about a little bit earlier. Everything gets smaller, shorter. They haven't really been c-betting as small as maybe I was describing. But, there also haven't been a bunch of really big hands. This is an interesting spot.
All right, Nikki, do it. Do it,
This is
Nikki.
an interesting spot because we got to, we
See,
talked
I would
about
do
this.
this. I would do it to
we
him.
talked about
We
he's got a
talked
very. So what's his strategy? He's raising a weak hand in the small blind. So with his chip stack, his strategy is clearly to raise almost every hand
Until he
that
gets
he
called.
can in the small blind. He's not doing okay, if I have a good hand, I'm going to raise it in small and weak hands. I'm going
Right,
to.
right.
He's just going to raise every hand and hope to take it down. So.
And eventually, too, guys, when we're talking about the elongation of this level, pretty much between right now at 80 and 80, the blinds are going faster. Like, people are getting more hands out. These are starting to force more people to start taking some more options of what they're going to do. So there's Dirty.
Like, and Jerry?
That's
It's kind of rough because
I'm glad I taught you a couple things.
And Jerome's got jacks here.
yeah, like he's like, dude, I'm trying to play, and then the dealer's like, it's on you, bud. He's like, dude, shut up, like he's talking to me.
Now, how do you go in there and play jacks right after this?
Let's watch his face. Is he going to be able to switch to a stone cold face before he puts the raise in? Nope, he can't. Wow, and he made it huge. Oh man, this is the I hate jacks raise. You see it. That's a man who hates pocket
350.
jacks.
350. Ew.
Nobody has anything to do anything
No, nothing.
with.
Nada. Yeah, that is a I hate Jack hand. I don't want to see it. Let it go. Don't play him then if you don't like him.
My advice has always been if you don't like pocket jacks, then you can just set mine with them, and that would be one of the most amazing set mining hands ever because when you hit it, you're just not losing.
See,
probably.
it says Adam's got 1.4. That is not accurate, guys. They will. This is changed.
Yeah.
This was definitely changed. Cammy's World. Okay. Pocket Jacks PTSD.
And now, Derek with a real hand as he's had all night long. it would have been better if he had been caught recently or something, but he's just had it most of the time.
He hasn't though. Like,
Yeah, he
really
just hasn't really been in a spot where he had to show that he didn't really have anything. So
Oh, Nada could get tricky. She's gotten tricky with the Queen 9 here before.
yeah, with Minray's size, I think she should be calling in the big blind. So let's see.
But she's done this with. She has shoved with this.
Well, that
before.
was when she was folded 2 in the cutoff. She did shove a long time ago with like less than 10 big blinds, but in the big blind, she makes the proper call, and we're gonna go to flop, and she's in a lot of trouble,
especially like
with
a
the
9
math
heads or
currently,
something.
and
it's over. It's over.
I mean, I don't want to say it's over because what if it just comes king ace? But
I don't think that's.
but
over.
what's and the thing that's interesting is most likely Derek's going to check behind, so she's going to get to the turn, and if it's a small card, she's probably going to lead out, and he's gonna probably just call and wait for the river to make his move. So you know, of course, as soon as she leads out or he bets, everything changes. But I would assume, yeah, that she's going to check, and he's going to check, and it's a fairly safe card for
it's any card
for Nada. You know,
yeah.
she's not really worried about him checking back pocket jacks or something. So I think she should start value betting at this point. The pot's got 450. The fact that he checked behind, it's possible he had an under pair. So
Or how about
I'm not
like
going to bet.
What about ace jack?
Yeah, I'm not going to bet too big. So she's betting 200, which is a good size here. Now he has to start thinking about how do I get her all in. So he could do some weird stuff like I would do one of two things. I would either call or I would min raise.
Yeah, like literally min raise.
Yeah.
That I have the nuts min raise.
No,
Please
it's
call
just
me
no.
value.
It's just like why would I ever min raise? You know, so you make it, and he's gonna do the call. It's like okay, so now he's got to figure out how to get her all in, and we're not sure. See, that's the scary card.
That's a scary card.
She's not gonna bust in this hand. I assume at this point she hates that card. She thinks she just got sucked out on. She's gonna probably check. I don't know. Do you think she's gonna check or bet?
I think I don't know. Maybe use this.
She
to
does
her
look like
advantage?
she has 825 behind. That looks like 4 and 4 in a blue chip. Yeah, so she's gonna check. He hates this card, unless he's like, well, maybe she has an ace, or maybe she has king 10.
I just think this for Derek. He's
for him, like
this
this
card
is a
just
bad
killed
card.
me.
So
Yeah,
if
yeah.
I think this is a bad card, I'm gonna bet really small. Try to get a little bit more.
Like
I might bet 350.
two?
Like you know,
250?
yes. My thought is this card might scare her. I'm gonna bet small, and if I'm wrong, she might raise.
Right,
if
right,
I'm wrong that she actually has ace jack, then maybe she's.
Well,
gonna
how
check
about
raise.
even crazy something like 175?
Yeah,
like,
I don't.
Oh my god!
I don't think a big raise. I don't think a chunky raise makes sense, but something like third pot. That looks kind of big. That's almost 400. So it's close to half pot. I'm curious what he thinks she would call with in this spot. I don't know. I mean, king, queen, king, queen.
7, I wouldn't think,
No,
right?
no.
Yeah.
King,
so,
queen doesn't want to get bluffed off, so they might call. It's hard just to assume that snap has a queen in this spot. She definitely doesn't want to get bluffed, but that card though.
This ace could get her away from it.
So
if
here's
she
an interesting
chose it.
thought though: is he didn't bet the flop? Does she think that he would bet the flop with an ace high hand? Probably so.
I would think so with the queen
So it's
7/7
quite
board,
possible that she's thinking that this ace
right? That she
isn't
could
that
represent
important.
that she could
Well,
represent
not
that,
that,
ace
but
to take
just
it
that, like,
down.
wouldn't he see bet an ace high hand? So yeah, she is gonna call. Yeah, that's just very unfortunate. But I guess, you know, in the end, the ace isn't that bad because she thinks he should have bet the ace on the flop. Any ace hand, and he didn't bet it, so he's more heavy towards some pocket pairs maybe, or just like king jack or some random stuff. She can beat king jack.
Yeah, or ace jack. Like I said, if she put him on ace jack there. I do think though. I do think if the ace wasn't there, that's an all in.
I think definitely he can bet so much larger on that river if it's not an ace. And it just has to do with the hands that she can have.
Wait, what happened, guys?
They're just saying what.
See, there's no ad going on. I don't get what they're saying. I don't know.
I see ads on Twitch on your channel a lot.
Do you?
Yes. I think you guys have a setting that you need to turn off because it happens in the middle of hands. Yeah. I've actually
I
meant
love it. Derek says no commercial for me.
I meant to talk to you guys about that it just comes up in the middle of an all-in and like randomly, like and it's, I don't know if you've seen it, but it shrinks the size of the table and plays the ad over here, and you can't see anything.
Ah, shit. Nor can you hear us, right? Paul's got ace 9 here. Nas got king 10. I'm sure this is going to be an all-in shove for not at this point. Honestly, I mean, she's got 350,000 in chips.
This is where I'd be kind of happy to have a king 10. I'd be like, well, thank God I got a king 10 to play with my short stack.
Like
here.
you were talking about, this is a good.
And I don't mind that somebody raised because they should be raising wide on the button. You know, if this is a good under the gun raise, I'm a little bit. I'm still gonna. Oh, she's just gonna call. Please don't just call. I mean, it's not gonna matter. He's not folding even if he had Jack 10, but the fact that she. Oh God.
Okay, could you just tell me if I did this, you could sit here and like really criticize me, okay? Yeah, right?
So the issue with this is, look, listen,
okay,
let me talk. Listen, look at her. She has 35% equity. But if this flop, now 44%, that's a lot. That's almost 50%, right?
Okay.
But if this flop comes out 9 high, she might just lose all that equity because she doesn't put her chips in the middle. But if she had just put them out, if she had put them out in the middle, she always gets that full 44%. But if it came 9-7 deuce and she puts no more money in, she's at 0% equity.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't like just flatting. You need to see 5 cards to get your full 44%. She's got a chance here. She's got plenty of cards that she could hit. 10 Jack King.
Plenty. Ugh. Still got out.
Yeah, not that way. No.
Not that one.
Not that one.
And Nadia will be eliminated in 6th place. Nadia, thank you so much. She will. Yeah, here, hold on. I'll show us in a second. $4,360. Nadia, thank you very much for 6th place. Nadia has just played, last series a couple weeks ago, and did very well. And she made the final table on this one. So congratulations. Thank you very well. Yeah, pretty much at this point, everyone's guaranteed
Almost
just
6K.
shy of 6K.
We'll just say 6K.
Yeah, 6K, yeah.
Round it up. No, this was a $250 buy-in, so if she was able to get through on one bullet, you know, that's a fairly good score on a 250 buy-in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 4K. 2 days. Some of it's funny, bro. Some of it's funny.
Oh, Eric, that's funny.
Some of it's
Okay, Nikki wakes up with a pocket pair.
Baby girl TX.
Her last raise was 225. This one's gonna be a call. You know, these pocket pairs are always hard to play when you don't have a huge stack. Nobody really knows what to do. I prefer to just raise anything I'm gonna play.
I understand.
Make people guess the entire time and not be sure. It's hard for people to think you have ace king or aces or queens when you just limp in, but put even a min raise out there. Now you keep all those hands in your range. You could always have aces. I mean, some people might limp aces, but does anybody limp jacks or queens? No. So if you min raise, now you're keeping all of those hands in your range that you could still have them. She does get raised by Paul. If she had just raised, Paul most likely would have called.
Sure.
She at least would have seen a flop.
Yeah.
That would have cost her a little bit more.
But at this point, you have to.
You have to. You
got to
take-
start
you
playing
have
your
to.
stat, right? Like,
Yeah.
you got to start playing your stat. And Derek, this is why, as commentators, we can state these things. Yeah, it's one of those things where you gotta start being aggressive, or you're gonna just get eaten up by the aggressiveness of others, right?
Yep.
I mean, don't you agree, Wes? Like,
That, so there's a lot of games that I played in the past where, people hated my aggression, And I always just thought if they would just be more aggressive, I wouldn't be as aggressive.
Right.
If they would just raise instead of limping in, they would get to the flop. Let's say you're playing a cash game, a 1-3 cash game, and it goes limp for 3, and then I make it 25. Well, they could have simply made it 9, and I would have called 9.
Right.
They had no idea. They just think, well, he would have just raised it to 50. No, I probably didn't have a hand. If he had raised, I just would have called. But when everybody limps in, so limping in is just inviting people to take advantage of you and exploit you. So that is where you are getting exploited in these games, is by limping in. Now they're taking advantage of what you've done and making you make mistakes.
So Louis Animal's got a pair of 5s here. Jerome does miss.
He had this exact hand earlier and hit a 5.
Right. He also has a
Limping.
Jerome does have a 4 for a straight draw.
Plus he has a hand that he could bluff somebody off of a pair if they had one. But based on what we've seen with Jerome, he hasn't been super aggressive in some spots. He's been...
What's that, 155? All right, so he's gone down, back down. Oh, Jack here would be just a...
Wow.
Oh, did I go? That's dirty, bro.
Wow. That's
okay.
crazy. So, yeah. I don't really know what to say. I can't really make any predictions on this one. This one's going to be interesting. Derek's out of position, so he gets to make the first bet. Oh, he just snap called. He didn't even think about it.
Snap call.
Not that he should ever fold, but he didn't think about raising at all. So was the pot? Yeah, so I actually think he could have bet. I guess you can't bet a whole lot more because it's hard for him to really have. I was going to say he could have bombed it. I think I would have bombed it because it might have looked like I had a missed flush draw.
You think two?
Well, I'm thinking you make 2 pair on this. You basically have the nuts, right? So then, so what are you trying to get called by? You think you're trying to just get called by a 9 or a 5 or something? I don't know that those hands are going to call once you've bet. Basically, did he bet every street? I don't know that they're going to call on the river. So I would try to make my hand.
Check on the turn. Right?
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay, so after checking the turn and slimming weak, I'd probably just size my bet up on the river. Now that I've made 2 pair, I have no clue if this guy has, a flush draw himself if he made a pair, but just try to make it look fishy. Against the exact hand that Jerome had.
It's going to peel Jerome less than 10 blinds. So now he's got.
And he definitely has to call. That's the thing, is he definitely has to call to that sizing.
Right?
He made the exact right play. It's just tough that you get down to the river, you hit your card, and it was the one that you shared.
So
somebody says it's 2021. Who still limps? Man, everybody. Dude, it's just there's something. There's a barrier somewhere in people's brain that they just feel way safer limping.
Yeah.
They don't want to be. I don't know what it is. I've had a lot of discussions with small stakes players.
Fear of being 3-bet off a better hand.
But wouldn't
you want to see a flop?
Right? So then the talk is if they're 3-betting you, they have a better hand. Wouldn't you want to know that now? And that's the part that I think about. Like, wouldn't you want to know if you have Ace Jack, right? Let's just say you have Ace 10. If somebody has Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King, don't you want to know as soon as possible? Yeah. So that's where raising and getting 3-bet might tell you that. Limping 5s, you're probably you're probably really hoping this flop is set as cheaply as possible, but as soon as you put that limp out there, that's just bait for somebody to come attack. Like I said, if you just put that min raise in. But anyway, there's a lot of people that just haven't gotten past the fear of, if I raise and I miss, or if I raise and someone else re-raises, or, whatever. But we haven't seen that the limp works at this table. We haven't seen anybody limp. We haven't seen people limping in getting to a flop. So I'm curious why she thought this one time under the gun, I'm going to limp.
Did. Yeah. The 5 did and flopped a set, and
no, she called a raise because I remember talking about how she didn't have the correct pot odds. I'm sorry, the correct odds to flop a set, but she called anyway because. So it is weird that she limped after. We haven't seen that work for anybody. No one's really tried it, so that's one thing you got to pay attention also to is how your table's playing. If people are able to limp in, then you can start saying. Not that I would, but you could start saying, okay, maybe I have a chance to limp in this spot. But we haven't seen that this entire table.
Now, see, in this position right here, no matter what, I just, at this point...
Okay, let's talk about this. This is where she's called with King 9, 9, 8 suited
I'd
in the
love to
past.
jam here, dude.
And this is where she should be 3-betting, and I wonder, okay, she takes the other route, but definitely 3-betting would have been a great move and not because we see what he has, but because he's on the button, you know, like he's just gonna raise every time, and he's the chip leader. He's supposed to raise every time. Yeah. So I think if I see A6, I'm actually pretty excited in that small blind, because I'm just thinking, wow, this is great. I get a chance to steal the chips that this guy
just dumped out here.
Didn't even like probably look at his cards and raise. So. No, and I don't know anything about her history of how many tournaments she's played.
Well, we don't, right?
Yeah, we don't know.
Nikki's the one that we don't know. I mean, guys, and for all the streamers out there who support Nikki, you know, this is positive criticism, so you guys can learn about two opinions from other people who do play or have been in commentating booths, and obviously say something's wrong. But
and it's possible that you guys are out there listening to this guy Wes, who you've never met before, talk about this and think, why?
Or me.
Why should I even listen to this guy? What's going on here? And I will say, I do have just under 300,000 in tournament earnings, multiple final tables, and I did win a circuit ring in Choctaw for a big win. The final tables I've made have all been 2,000 up to 4,000 player tournaments. So not just talking from my, but I definitely know some of the theory that is current in today's tournament poker.
And I am not that successul when it comes to tournament poker wins, but I have played poker for over 18 years.
18
and
years.
made a living from it. So, like... Hugh Hullen, thank you very much. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to our family. Yeah, it's honestly been 18 years. I honestly go into like my highest.
I have a hard time
I have a reunion. I have 20-year reunion coming up next year or this year. Jesus, like it's brutal, bro.
I have a hard time when it comes to figuring out when I started, because I started in such a slow way where I played once a month, and then it was like, okay, maybe I played once every couple. So it took me forever. I think I played for 3 or 4 years before I ever played anything in a casino.
Really?
And that was just, like I said, I was telling you the story. That was one tournament, one time that year. So, like, I just started out so slow that the year that I actually started playing probably doesn't even make sense.
I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for being here. I haven't seen you in a bit. Thank you. We're doing a good job.
So Eric asked if I recommend any books, and sadly, at this point in poker, books are like not what you can recommend so much. There is some books for super high level stuff, but as for like getting up to speed, it's going to be the training courses online.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I also have some issues with the training courses, and I've done almost all of them. So right at this point, I don't have a recommendation. Honestly, I wish that I did, but I don't have something I could tell you. I will say that the upswing poker starts out really great with Doug's explanation of the basics of how to play poker, and then it goes off the rails from there. So,
which training course? I mean, honestly, there's a lot.
So I've done upswing poker. Upswing poker was good to start with, and then once Ryan Fee took over and was trying to do some more analytical stuff, it's like he never planned and just sat down and recorded himself. I've done poker coaching with Jonathan Little. It's got some really good stuff, especially for mid-stakes, low-stakes players, but it's a lot of quizzes where you're watching a guy and he says, which play would you make? So I like more of the formulated, here's how we're going to play pre-flop, here's how we're going to, like the course type stuff. And that really comes in with, Upswing had that, but then like Raise Your Edge has that, but those are $1,000 courses, so a lot of people don't want to spend that kind of money to try to learn to get a little bit better.
There's other courses too, like Master Class through Daniel Negreanu, but it targets certain things. It's here, like for example, you guys asked the same question to Wes, but this is the thing. Wes has a different background than me. As Wes was talking about him growing up, when I grew up, I was playing poker out of this country. I played stud in Omaha and all these mixed games before even focusing on Hold'em, which then I showed that me and Wes, I actually got a good phase actually saying, hey, I'm going to sit down, actually going to really try this in 2015, and I had a great run. And then life came back over, COVID hit, boom, here we are. But and again, my bankroll was successful at that point, but I could tell you 5-6 books right now, but even those books for stud, Omaha, Big O, now, like, there wasn't Big O back then. Now you got Big O, you got High Low, Big O, High Low. Like, we got a tournament tomorrow, pot limit Big O. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a tournament now. Like, oh, hey, how about double board bomb pots? Something that Wes hates. There's tournaments for that stuff now. You know what I mean? Like,
I do think
just-
so. The books are hard to find this day, but and then we talked about the courses are kind of hit
Sure.
or miss. But there are some good YouTube videos. Doug has
Yes,
done
there are
quite a
some
few
good
strategy videos. Jonathan Little does have very good videos on YouTube. He has hundreds of free videos about hands. Mostly they're like, hey, here's a hand I played, and not so much, I'm going to teach you how to play from out of position pre-flop. But it's really tough right now for me to recommend. You know, sometimes you get also to a certain point where it's like I do a lot of graphic design and video editing and stuff, and people I develop websites. I'm a programmer, and people ask me, "Hey Wes, I want to learn how to do websites. What should I learn?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm so far advanced that I use the most expensive software.
Right.
I can't tell you even what the normal person does these days because I've been doing it for so long. So it's hard for me to say how to start right here in poker."
All right,
So that's the first.
yeah,
he folded. I thought
Louisiana
he
just
was.
showed him the 5 deuce bluff. He got
It said he folded, but I think he did actually bluff, right?
No, he bluffed. He bet it
Yeah.
out. And,
Somebody was asking if we've seen anybody go to Bluffalo. Well, there's the first one. Derek went to Bluffalo on that hand.
All right, guys, so we are going to take a break, and I am actually going to step out as much as Wes at this point. Guys, please try not to leave. We have 100 and some odd people here in the stream.
I'm going to stay here. I'm going to talk to the chat while
you
you're
gonna talk to
gone.
him?
Yeah.
Okay. I am.
Yeah,
I'm
Jonathan
gonna
Little
go.
can be a little bit like monotone, if you will, but his content, you know, his content's pretty good. You can definitely take things from it. And like I said, his course wasn't bad. I bought his course with an assumption that there was a certain player that was going to have content on there because of the advertisements I saw. And my biggest issue was that I got on there and the player who goes by Assassinato didn't have as much content as I had been led to believe. And then I said, well, I'll try all this other content, and it wasn't bad, and I definitely, you know, it had good concepts, but it just wasn't what I was hoping to find. It was more reiterating the same stuff I had learned in the past. Yeah, they're going to do chip counts they're doing chip counts right now. Not right now in real time, but right now in this video, you can see that they're counting the chips and they're going to be updating the system. So as soon as the next hand is played, the chip count should be correct.
Tell Josh that I said it's okay. How much did
Paul's got 2 million.
One of the, you know, honestly, the way that I learned the most in the last 5 years was I would watch Twitch streamers. So I would watch Kevin Martin and Matt Staples a lot. And, you know, before that it was Jason Somerville. And they would talk a lot about poker theory and why they're doing what they're doing. And one of the things that was great about Kevin and Matt is they had already gone through the training. They had done the Raise Your Edge tournament training. They were affiliates, you know, they were trying to sell the product, but they had also done it. And then you could just watch them and they would say, you know what, my training has told me that I need to be 3-betting these suited wheel aces more often, and this is the best one to do. And they would just talk about position and whatever. So you could watch players play, and the guys that are playing online are a little bit, you know, they're a little bit more formulaic, and they're going to have specific things they're trying to do and stick to because they're going to be playing so many different tournaments. You know, they're not going to be quite as exploitative. So you can learn a lot from watching them as they talk about what they're doing. So even if there's not a book or a certain training course that I can recommend, find some guys that are, you know, doing well and playing on Twitch and kind of watch them play tournaments and see what moves they're making. And they're going to talk about why they're doing stuff at times. They're not maybe going to explain every single thing they do, but that's a good way to pick up on some stuff. So Michael Adamo has a book, Eric is asking. That's actually the one book that I'm actually going to read next. It is a GTO book, but it has some interesting concepts that can be applied more even if you are an exploitative player, such as, you know, you raise in late position and you get called by the big blind and the flop comes, you know, big little. How likely is the big blind to connect with this type of board? and they have actually some different breakdowns that'll show you, so you can start to get a picture of which of these boards maybe you should see bet and not see bet against certain players. So there's some concepts in that book that are pretty interesting, and it's based on mathematical GTO type principles of the ranges that people might call with out of the blinds, or the ranges that people might open with under the gun, and you 3-bet them and the flop comes like this. So there's some pretty cool concepts in that book, but it's a very high level book in my opinion. When I was looking through it, it's just a lot of charts and things that are just you really gotta be focused when you're reading it. It's not light reading as far as picking stuff up.
Add that to this. Oh yeah.
There's definitely software out there that people use now. So if you've heard of solvers, you can use solvers to solve some concepts. The problem with solvers is they require you to put in two different things. First thing, you have to put in what your range is in this spot, and then what you think your opponent's range is, and any mistake in entering that data can produce results that are not accurate. And a lot of times you just want to know, hey, I turned a gut shot to go with my flush draw, or I turned a gut shot to go with my top pair weak kicker. Should I be raising here or not? And the problem is you don't know what your opponent's range is, so it can be hard to put data into these systems and get the correct results unless you are at a high level professional player. So even some of the software is tough to use, but they do have some sites now. I'm not going to remember the names, but if you start looking around, some of the apps you can use on your phone have pre-run some scenarios for you so that you don't have to run them in the solver. So basically they'll say, you have ace king and the board comes out like this. What should you be doing against your opponents? You have pocket tens, there's two overs. What should you be doing against your opponents? So you can actually choose some scenarios and study those scenarios and be taught why you should do certain things without necessarily solving the exact hand that you had, but similar hands. So that's one thing that's new that we're seeing on some apps that you can just get on your phone and learn from.
Help him learn to count.
Sure. Got 4.6 million. That's what we have it at. He might have 4, 5, 7, 5.
But definitely watching other people play, especially people that are professionals. If you watch, these cash games, you watch every tournament that makes some sort of live stream. Even players that are maybe just better than you. Let's say you see a big tournament. We got other clubs in Texas that have live streams. You might go out and see that they have a big final table. If you have a big tournament, the people that are going to make it to the end are often going to be the better players. Not always, but you're going to have a concentration of good players at a final table. Just watch a final table of $1,000 buy-in tournament and start to look at what people do. Make some notes. Listen to what those commentators are saying. You can learn a lot by watching these shows. So Sammy's asking about Solve for Why. I actually have it's a goal of mine. Solve for Why has a 2-week free, trial period, and I'm actually probably going to start even maybe tomorrow if I get a chance. I've been waiting for like a first day that I have where I have a couple weeks to, I guess not with this tournament series, but I want to go through the 2 weeks, see if I can take in as much content as possible from Solve for Why for free, and then decide if I want to continue with it. I know there's some people that I know that use the Solve for Why, and they have study groups and all kinds of stuff, and they have improved their game through that. But it's not something I've actually looked at yet. I am going to run through it and see, because even anything that anything that's out there, anybody can learn something from. Like I said, I ran through the Doug Polk thing, and there is a specific strategy that I learned from that, even though I didn't pick up a ton after that. I do remember learning something from that. So there's always something you can learn, even from some of the simplest courses that you're like, oh, I kind of forgot about that. So I'm hoping to pick up some new stuff, but we'll see what happens. But I haven't tried it yet, but I do plan on. Yeah, Pez, honestly, I assumed I would just rip through 2 weeks and shut it down, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I saw a couple previews of courses that were like, playing out of position post flop or something. I like that kind of stuff where it's like specific strategies for, certain things, because I know that I've learned a lot recently that I was, there's some spots where I was c-betting too often in certain spots, and I've actually picked up on some ways I can change some of the habits that I had. It was, my game was aggression. Where's the 4 of spades? Ace, 2, 3, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, ace, 2, 3. Looks like there's a 4 over there of hearts. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, king. But then we have ace 2, a bunch of missing cards for the clubs. Anyway, so, being aggressive was my game. And there are some spots to not be aggressive. And I think I've started to pick up on some of those. And it just keeps me from losing a lot of chips, c-betting in spots that are not good for my range. So, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely poker action coming. We're on break, and we're towards the end of this break. I've been talking for, it seems like almost 10 minutes, and it was a 10-minute break. So I do assume that the players are going to be returning soon, and that we will be playing down to a winner tonight. What do we have? 5 players left, I believe, or is it still 6? Everybody's competing for $6K plus. It's $5,700 for the next payout. So everybody's got some real money to play for from here on out, with $20K up top. And again, I'll take this time for those of you that don't know me. I do have a poker vlog on YouTube, and mostly I play higher stakes cash games, or what you might mid stakes to higher stakes. The cash game we're currently playing in, I buy into for $5K. It's a 5-5 uncapped game. We do stream that game here at Prime every Wednesday and Saturday, unless I'm playing a tournament or out of town. But Wednesdays and Saturdays we're streaming a 5-5 uncapped game where I'm buying in for $5K, and I make vlogs off of those sessions. I just put a vlog out Friday called Welcome to Bluffalo, and if you guys want to check it out, the easiest way is to go to YouTube and just type Wes Poker, and I'll come up, and you should subscribe and turn on notifications so that you can find out when I put out new vlogs and do live streams. We actually have some content coming up this week where we're going to take Pez, who's in chat, and we're going to go through and do a review session of a live stream. He played a cash game where apparently he ran like God, and we're going to talk about all the fun hands he played. That's going to be coming up next Friday, unless I'm in a tournament. So tentative for Friday, but there's lots of content I want to put out and continue to put out on YouTube. It's going to be evolving and changing as time goes on. Currently, my plan is to start doing a little bit more vlogs that are shorter so I can put out more content. The long format vlogs that I've been doing of 40 to 45 minutes, they take a lot of time to produce. I'm thinking, or I've already decided I should say, I'm going to cut those down. Each session, maybe 5 or 6 hands, a 15-minute vlog, but be able to put out more vlogs consistently with cutting out some of the hands. I mean, it's tough to cut out hands because there's so much crazy stuff that happens. I can't imagine. I actually had to cut out hands for the Buffalo vlog, and it was hard to choose which hands to cut out because there was so much crazy stuff happening. But the new idea is I'm going to be trying to put out 15-minute vlogs that have 5 or 6 hands, but hopefully I can put one out every week, every other week, instead of every 4th week or something. So that's the plan. Yeah, 15 to 20 minutes is good. You know, actually, I got longer and longer videos, which a lot of people, hey, they were like, I love this. But for the YouTube, like for actually being successful on YouTube and getting more and more viewers and getting people to click on your thumbnail and your thumbnail to be shown, you know, there's an algorithm and YouTube decides what they show you to. And I actually think the longer videos probably hurt the channel overall, because a lot of people don't want to watch a 45-minute video on their phone, but the shorter ones are probably a little bit more popular. So I'm going to be trying that out, the shorter format. I have one already. I have like 3 vlogs, three sessions of footage ready to go to start editing. So it looks they are getting ready to continue the tournament. They're bringing in the ante.
Small blind.
Yeah, I don't have any control over the ads. They're just showing up randomly, and they didn't even, the guys here didn't even really realize they were coming up. Yeah, I'm glad to be back. Did take a year off, COVID and whatnot. Started out rough, man. I was losing. Ace Jack for Jerome all in. We'll get back to my sob story. Nikki is not. Well, maybe she actually is that short. Wow. I was gonna say there might be a scenario where she finds a call just because she herself is short, but I don't love the call with ace-4. Definitely got to get chips at some point, but with a hand like ace-4, you want to be the person shoving, hoping that people sometimes fold. She does flop a gut shot. And she's the only person calling for her card, so Jerome should be calling for a jack instead of just sitting there. But anyway, he does double up with ace-jack. So we had an interesting ace-jack shove, and then Nikki called from the small blind for most of her stack, like half her stack. So Jerome gets the double up. He's still quite a ways away from having like a playable stack. He just has, okay, I don't have to shove this very next hand stack.
Okay.
The blinds are, I'm guessing they went up to 100.
They're going to be up to 100.
Yeah, it was
at this
100,
point
so
soon, if not. I think they came back.
He's still really short. Oh, somebody says she was the big blind. My point is, like, she had to call off half her stack with ace-4 offsuit if she wanted to call. I don't know that's good enough to call against a shove. I'd rather be the shover, like I said, so.
Yeah, they're at 50, 100, 100.
Yeah.
Hands 66.
So Jerome's in a, he may not think he's in an interesting spot, but he's got 7.5 big blinds with 9-8 suited. I actually think this is a shove. I mean, I actually know this is a shove if you looked at the charts. This would actually be an absolute shove at this point with his size. That's a great shove.
There we go.
That's a great shove. Your goal here is you're just going to pick up these chips and move on. If somebody calls you, you've got a way to
get some outs, right?
Lots of good things.
And there you go.
Yeah, she wasn't the big blind this hand, small blind this hand.
And what, you just increased by 2 big blinds,
like almost 30%.
Yeah.
So he's up to $1 million.
He's like, you're at $1 million now. Yeah.
You can actually fold through the blinds if you have to. You know, I always think breaks are interesting, especially dinner breaks, which we didn't have, but dinner breaks. I've noticed a lot of times on like the circuit events I played on dinner break, you come back and like everybody's aggressive. Like everybody went to
gets
dinner.
changed. Yeah,
Everybody
they're,
went
like,
to
ready
dinner
to
and
go.
talked about how, you know what, I'm just gonna go for it. Like So sometimes these
I'm gonna win
breaks-
this tournament now, even though it's day one.
Just
before a
kind of
day
they think
3
about
tournament.
like, okay, I'm done waiting, or there's
Yeah.
another tournament late or whatever. So even these breaks, you know, it's funny to see if anything changes after a break, because Jerome could be like, you know what, F it. You know, I'm going for it. Like I have the shortest chip stack. I got nothing to lose. You know, Nada got knocked out. It's time for me to just, and he may play a completely different game than he played previously.
Sure. I mean, as we could see now, 5th place is, like we said before,
5,700.
just right a little bit under 600 or 6 grand. So. So we are now down just to whites and blues. The 500k chips have not come out yet. They might not actually at this point. They're really not that deep enough too, right?
I should show you this picture. I wish we could share. That's one thing I hate about streaming is it's hard to. You can't like just share a picture. I mean, you can do it. You can do it if you have it already set up.
Baby girl TX says,
OBS,
good luck,
but-
Adam.
I have a picture of when I won my ring and they didn't chip my stack up at all. They actually came. They were running 2 final tables at the same time, and the guy came over and he said something, and I was like, "No, don't. You don't need to do anything. You can leave it the way it is." And he was like, "Oh, good, because I got this other table to deal with." And like, so my ring picture is with like this huge
Stack.
and like the
Monster
photographer
stack.
was like, "Holy cow! Like normally you guys have chipped them down by now, or chipped them up by now."
them up.
And he was like, "Oh yeah, we just didn't have time." And so I had this huge stack. Like I'm trying to find this picture to show Reese.
Here you go. I want to see it though. Oh my god.
So this is the look how many chips I have.
Wow.
And then so this is like live in the tournament. I just that's before. I thought there was another picture, but yeah, that's it. Like how many chips? Holy cow.
What were the pink ones?
Pinks are
500?
so those. I think those are just 100. Okay, that's 25. Those are 5, 25, 100. Yeah,
Jeez.
ton of chips. But I mean, I was used to like I was always playing in cash games where I never chipped up anyway. So
Yeah,
I
sure.
got some crazy stacks that I
Nice,
just
good stacks.
have had
Yeah,
before. And
mounds
that's
and
what I
mounds.
told the guys. Like, no, I'm used to playing like this. This is fine. Just leave it. It's more fun that way.
So Nikki chooses to go all in here
Yeah.
with 7s.
Yep. Got spy here for her to
4 big blinds.
steal some blinds, but Jerome's got a hand that can call. Looks like somebody called.
Adam says
If you
it's a
guys
fair
want Nikki
fight.
to win, you need to start screaming Nikki in the chat or she's not going to win.
Yeah.
If you don't type Nikki in the chat, she can't win.
All right, here we go. Uh-oh.
He picks up a flush draw.
Uh-oh.
Oh, bricks out. 7s
There you
win.
go. Look at that.
Nikki needs to thank T-Man, and Nikki needs
Bunch
to
of other people.
thank C-Boy, and Cammy, and Anorax. She can thank all you guys.
Slug, what's up?
J-Dog.
How we doing? Now, you'd have to say, too, that with the position they're in right now, Wes, Adam and Paul are kind of in that snug position where they kind of gotta be a little careful because 2 or 3 little hits can get them right to where they don't want to be, right?
And they're in the spot, you know, even with Nick. Well, it's weird that
I mean,
Nikki.
you gotta play with 4 big blinds and
yeah,
6
that's what
big
I'm saying,
blinds,
like,
right? Like,
it just sucks to open and then somebody shoves, and then you're just like, yeah, I just called like twice what I raised, and I had, you know, 9-7 offsuit on the
Yeah.
button or whatever. So like they have to be careful in some spots because you know it's likely that someone's going to shove at some point and they're going to have to call off. Those stacks aren't like going to really like hurt them that bad, but any hit you take to your stack at this point, you know, affects what you can do.
Sure.
And that's kind of what we talked about earlier. Is it changes your utility at the table. So
Hoo-yeah. There you go. There's you got it. Hazlet.
yeah, the chip graphics should be correct as far as we know at this point because they should have been updated.
Oh no, Jerome. Well, wait, no.
Yeah, Jerome, because he lost that to
Yeah.
Nikki. He doubled her up after he doubled up.
You ever heard that? Yeah, you been around.
Okay, so Paul is looking at the blinds. He's got a pretty good hand. He's trying to decide what he wants his raise size to be.
The hell is that?
He
That's a camp raise.
made an incorrect raise just now, so they're going to be forced to make it 200, right? Didn't he make it 175?
Nah, he's got to make at least 200.
Yeah, so now they're changing it to 200. I don't see the chips out there, but
I see 175.
yeah,
there,
Derek
so-
said, "What's that?" Oh, that's 2 chips, right? And
I
then
don't think so.
yeah, it has to be.
No, that's 1, 2, 3. I think that's 175.
No, look, because there's 1 chip here, and there's 1 chip there, and there's 1 chip there, and 1 chip there. That chip can't be that tall,
I guess so.
so that's 200. Now I'm curious what he what was his strategy? Was it 3x? But ends up, Jerome only has 200. They're going to be going to a flop. Why are the cards not on their backs?
Yeah.
Something's wrong. The numbers are not right. I was just looking at we still have 137 viewers. Somebody says how many people left? Like, nobody left. Everybody's still partying.
Yeah.
So somehow he had more than the 200K. But not much more.
All right. Now, all right. Ace 8.
Just a little bit. He can still come in on team, right?
It's in pretty good shape. The
Oh,
most,
that's a good shot there.
the closest, fastest way to losing would be a gut shot, a queen, but now that's his only way to lose.
It's not gonna happen. Jerome will double up. He's laughing.
So if I'm the chip leader, I kind of like these guys sticking around. It just keeps other people in line. Like at some point, we talked about, at some point, Adam's gonna say, "I can't stop. I gotta battle."
Yeah.
Oh, but as long as these guys are still in, Adam's gonna sit there and not battle.
Yeah. Look at that.
So if I'm
Oh.
Derek, I'm pretty happy that these guys keep like staying in.
Sure.
It's not gonna last much longer.
No.
Unless they both keep doubling up. But for right now,
Well, Derek's got what? 30 big blinds. That's it.
he has but he has an opportunity to keep stealing because no one can really, with the ICM implications. Again, if you don't know, when I say ICM, we're really just talking about how risky it would be to go broke right now when there's people smaller or shorter than you. So if you're second in chips, you're third in chips, and there's 2 people shorter than you, that jump from 57 to third place was 10K. That's a big jump, and you don't want to make a mistake and now suddenly go out and only get 57 if you could have literally just not even looked at your cards and probably gotten third place. So that's all. If we say ICM, we're just talking about the fact that it's risky to play when there's people shorter than you that are quote unquote supposed to bust out. So that allows Derek to continue doing what he's been doing. I would assume Adam here on the button,
He didn't put his cards over. This
he
time.
probably has a fairly good hand if he's raising this button. I would be
tilt
shocked if he
back. Oh,
had
there he goes.
like
Okay.
Queen 9 offsuit.
Yeah, the guys are trying to get his reader to go. Oh. Look at this shove.
So this is what we.
Little tilt tap.
I don't love this personally.
Okay.
But the concept here is that he's basically saying you're gonna have to risk your tournament life with your hand here. But the problem is, what if he just has a hand?
Yeah.
You know, like we're not talking about it's that kind of money so much that he's gonna fold ace king in this spot. This kind of play is really good if you think someone has to fold every hand that they would open with, but that's just not true. So I don't know. This is kind of a risky spot for Derek to be putting that much money in the middle. I'm totally okay with the re-raise. So you could accomplish the same thing here with the re-raising Adam, to 600K, and then if he shoves, okay, you fold, you save 1.2, but now you're basically risking 1.8 to find the same thing out and put the same pressure on Adam. I don't think there's hands that Adam would call 600K but fold to 1.8.
1.8.
I think he's either
gotcha.
you 3-bet him, he's either going with it
Or he's folding.
or he's folding. I'd love to see what he, it's not gonna, the reader's not gonna pick it up, but would love to see what it was. No, against the action that was,
Did he show that?
no, I didn't see
I
it.
swear I just saw King 10, like black card.
Well, that'd be silly. No, I think the laydown for Nikki is totally fine. That once there's that much action, she still has a player behind that was the first raiser. She has, she should assume that Derek has a better ace. She had ace 9 suited, right? And unless we were too busy talking about other stuff, but like that's a great fold for her. Just because you get short doesn't mean you have to get it in when there's all kinds of aggression. You want to wait until no one has been aggressive, or like we talked about, you get so short that you're trying to get it in when other people have put money in. So what's her stack like? We know the blinds are 100. I know she's short, but how short is she?
I mean, she has less than 10 big blinds for sure.
But she can still fold in that spot. It's not like she has 4 big blinds, right? So she's got 7.5. 7.5. She had more. She had 8.
Yeah, she had 8.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine to fold in that spot. So Derek's back to raising the button. He's going to run into Paul with a better hand. This is kind of what we want to see. If you're poker fans, this is what you want to see. You got the chip leader being aggressive on the button, but running into a stronger hand. He did 3-bet with King Queen. This is actually a hand I would be 3-betting if I was in the big blind too, because it's not strong enough to really try to play 3 streets and know where you're at. And Derek's supposed to be loose on the button.
Oh, both hit their pair.
So this is going to be an interesting hand because they hit a pair, but like this is the board that there's so many hands to connect with the Jack 10. So there's going to be so many straight draws, so many pairs. Even if Derek was messing around on the button, it's likely that he hit something on this.
Yeah.
He at least has a draw, possibly hit a pair. The only hands that really miss this type of flop are like the ace 4 suited, small pocket pairs. Even a hand like 7-9.
So Paul raised here to
10-9.
150, and it looks like it's been re-raised.
No, it says Paul led and he raised and then re-raised. Okay. Maybe the action was backwards. Because it said Paul bet and Derek raised, but you're guessing it was a check raise?
Yeah.
Let's see if they get this action correct.
Flop.
So we can tell that the action tracker is trying to correct. So Paul let out, and then he just folded.
Yeah, so there's a big blind in front of you guys.
So that's an interesting spot because like I can't really fault him for that. It's such a scary...
What's up, LSU stacker?
It's a scary flop, but not for made hands. It's a scary flop for draws. So
Gotcha.
maybe he just wanted to end it. Let's take it down. Let's not see any random cards fall off. So I kind of get why he's betting in that spot, and it's not a horrible spot to lead. My theory is kind of like sometimes you want to lead when you're worried it's going to check back and a card's going to come that you're not going to be able to handle very well. So any overcard, any diamond puts Paul in a really tough spot, so he decided to lead out kind of to prevent just free cards coming out that would make his hand even harder to play. And Derek's back at it.
Yeah, back at his opening
What he should be.
Again. King 9's tricky there, honestly. King 9's.
See, I look at that and I don't think, personally, I don't think it's tricky. I think it's a 3-bet.
No, that's what I'm saying.
And it's like, and it's not a 3-bet play a big hand. It's a 3-bet fold. If anything, like you're just like you put in a 3x 3-bet and you just like let's see if he calls, I'm in trouble and I'm only playing it if I hit a good hand. If he folds, I just take these chips, and if he shoves, I just fold. So.
Now again, are you thinking about calling this?
But you can look at these ranges. This is, people talked about being scared, So he looked at King 9. He's worried that he just has King Queen or Ace Queen or Ace, all these things. But if we look at the hands that have been played, how many times has King 9 been better than the hand that Derek raised? And Derek's raising quote unquote every hand when it's folded to him. King 9 is going to be a favorite against every hand being folded to him. And you can find out pretty quickly when you 3-bet whether or not you ran into a hand that's better.
It's almost that point where now you need to 3-bet for information.
Well,
so
not for information. It's really just.
Well, no, but I mean, at this juncture of how Derek's playing,
you would definitely use the information, how he responds back. But it's a mathematical. It's more of just close your eyes. I should mathematically be a favorite, but now I'm going to use, like, if he gives me any action back, I'm like, oh, never mind.
Well, sure.
I ran up against a better range.
Yeah.
And a really good player could put you in a tough spot with a worse hand and 4-bet you, but we haven't seen him doing that. We haven't seen Derek get
But no one's contested Derek.
Exactly. So
exactly.
No one's been willing to, but no one should assume. She's got a good hand here to put it in.
This is a complete jam for me.
Yeah.
Like, see, I don't agree with that. You got to go with 10-9. The range is so well. You're going to.
She's the shortest stack, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're the shortest stack, although Jerome is pretty close, he's right behind her. But when you're the shortest stack, there is no ICM anymore. You are supposed to get that $5,700.
Yeah.
Like, that's supposed to be your prize because you're the shortest stack. So you don't have to worry about trying to outlast anybody or hope anybody bust. You're supposed to be the guy that busts. So you might as well put it in there, try to double up, or again, steal the blinds and move on. So she shouldn't be worrying about anybody else and their stack sizes.
I mean, right there, she could have easily stole,
Absolutely.
Easily could have stole the blinds out there. And Jerome's going to come out here with a call.
It's not horrible when you're so short that you can't do anything. Putting in one more blind out there doesn't change his stack utility at all, right? If you go from 8 to 7 big blinds, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So it's not so bad if it was a min raise. He was in the small blind, so he limped in it. It's not so bad. He put in half a blind. I was thinking he was the big blind and called. Yeah, it doesn't hurt you. It's really weird when things get below 10 big blinds. Some of the Helmuth stuff becomes correct that we've been seeing for years.
Yeah,
stuff that
absolutely.
he did that we just laugh at. It kind of becomes, you're like, okay, well, you're so short that it doesn't change much. If you make a sick fold in a spot and you were like, well, I could have had 8 big blinds, but now I have 6. Like, does that really change anything?
Yeah, we'll work on that. Nothing as a commentator I can do with either, though, so just gonna do what I can. I don't agree with any face card she needs to push next. I don't. What I do think is in the position that she was at that hand with 9-10, she could have easily been in position, put pressure on people, and pick up literally, 3 big blinds in that position, and she would have pulled it through too.
Interesting spot here now because, Adam's got the chip leader on his left. He's got a good enough hand to raise. We've seen that Derek has been playing back in the big blind. He got limped into, raised 7 deuce earlier.
And his hand plays well. Right?
This might be the first time we see these guys actually play a hand together, unless Derek's willing to 4-bet. Excuse me, 3-bet. So, yeah, we're going to see a flop. First time. I'm excited.
Yeah, look, Adam, you see Adam? This guy was like,
what's tough, though, is, Adam's definitely at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because he's the only one that's like, man, I definitely don't want to go broke here. And because of that dynamic, I actually think Adam should check this flop. Or make a really small continuation bet.
Yeah, 125.
Yeah, if you're going to c-bet this flop, which is not good for your raising range, you should be betting it pretty small.
225. Can Adam get any luck? Yeah, Adam get some luck. I guess you shall receive. bet for it.
But I think on this turn card, I'm just going to be checking.
Check or
because
just the same,
do I really think a worse hand is going to keep going with me? And you want to get value from your big hands, but at this point, you don't want. What do you do when you bet this and he just rips it on you? So I would actually check call this, give Derek some rope to make some mistakes, trying to bluff into me. Now it does say the pots. Is the pot really 1.1 million?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a big pot.
Okay.
So he did bet, and he gets to take down a pot the first time that they really play a hand together. What do you guys think? What do you guys think on the chat? You think you should bet that turn card or check that turn card?
Welcome to Prime Family.
Type bet if you think he should have bet. Type check if you think he should have checked it.
Okay, so Reed says check.
Reed says check.
Oh, we got a bet.
Got a bet. Check 100% from Pez. Come on, everybody. What do you think? Should you check or bet that?
Ah, you got a little bit of half and half
Yeah,
here.
it looks very polarizing.
Huh. Interesting. Paul's got king, queen. He should raise. I guess that's a bet. Like, okay.
Bet fold. See, yeah, that's what's unfortunate. Like, bet folding at this point in the tournament is... That's like, I don't want to say bad, but like it's so like it affects your stack size so much and your potential to win. I don't want to be in a spot where I'm like, you know what, I'm going to bet fold top pair on this turn.
Yeah.
I'd rather just check and try to call and hope to keep the pot a little bit smaller.
All right, we did get a little bit more in just a bet. Bet only because of the flush draw. I mean, I'm not sure if that's not really a reason that I would be looking
I think people
into.
assume that people have flush draws way more often than they do. If you guys watch this live stream like this, go watch some more live streams and actually watch how often people flop a flush draw. We've had like one or two tonight. Like it's not like every third hand somebody has a flush draw.
Yeah.
It's not
or
as
like
common.
the nutted hand. Or
It's not as common as people think when the board comes out 2 diamonds that you're up against diamonds, even on a full ring game. It doesn't happen as often.
If you ever played against Derek, always check. All right, so after our question, all right, Jerome's got ace king here.
What's up, Twee?
You know, the funny thing is I honestly think it's dead even between check and bets there for honest opinions.
If you're playing against me,
here we go.
Ace king. Paul's like, oh man, I got 2 Broadway cards.
Look at that. Jerome says snap. Does this get disgusting and go run hearts?
I mean,
saying, I've seen it.
Alright, that's it. That's the shit you shot with. Give me some diamonds.
Diamonds and clubs are live.
Diamonds!
okay, chop it up.
Chop.
Wait, I have 2 clubs, so I got 2
I mean, that's very unfortunate for Jerome to wake up with such a strong hand, such a short stack, and you just run up against the other ace king chip. That's so stupid.
So just
So unfair.
I'd rather it be ace king than ace jack though.
I mean, they get to split up. At least he wasn't in the blinds, so he does pick up some money.
Sure.
If you're in the blinds, you're a big blind, you just get like half your ante back, but at least he picks up a little bit of money.
Big blind.
Yeah, he picks up
got
something.
back one big blind. All right, guys, as you can see that everyone's still fighting for that 57-20 right now. 5 players left here at our our Xmas Enchanted kickoff event. $250 buy-in, 50K guarantee. That overly surpassed the guarantee by almost double. 5 players left. We're at 50, 100,000 blinds. I think it's hand 77.
Where's that at? Oh, okay. I was wondering how you were keeping track so well.
Cheats. Special
You
cheats.
should have just been like, I'm just in here.
Oh, yeah.
In my
I
head.
should have, but I'm not going to be that guy.
Paul with the
All right. Now, see.
raise in the
this is
small
a
blind, which is a
complete
good
shove,
play.
right?
And
Come on.
I would assume Jerome is super excited.
All in.
And it's a call probably from Paul's spot. Paul's got a lot of chips, plus it's not that big of a raise.
No,
King 10's an okay hand. You're going to probably be... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So we can look at that. I want you guys to look at that. He had 40% equity and he makes a fold there when he had to put in maybe 30% of the chips. You got the ante out there, the big blind, plus the money you already put in.
Yeah.
It could have been 25%. You didn't have to put much in. You had to put like another, what they say, 500?
Oh,
So
J
it's not a
Dog.
lot.
If you haven't noticed, I mean, Wes is literally talking about it right as he's speaking right now. The blinds are taking over. Like, that's what he's just saying. He only had to put in about 25% more of those chips because of exactly what Wes is talking about. Like, you're talking about the blinds. It's exactly what he's talking about. It was almost nothing more. It was like 225 more for him to call, and he lays down king 10. Right?
I mean, he probably should have just been opening, shoving to prevent. So this is kind of weird. I'm going to say this. He should have been shoving. Well, why? To prevent himself from making the mistake he just made.
Yeah.
Sure. And it also, increases the fold equity. Let's just say Jerome had ace deuce. Maybe he would fold that. We weren't really, when we saw him raise, we weren't really thinking about who he was raising it into. Jerome had a pretty small stack. Should have just been shoving that king 10, and then you prevent yourself. You get to see 5 cards. Everybody knows with ace king, you got to see 5 cards, right? Mm-hmm. It's true of every hand that isn't a pair. It makes its actual equity by seeing all 5 cards. And Paul, I guess he just wasn't feeling it.
So, Jerome just calls with king 9 here. I believe that this is a very polarizing range here. And the good thing about this is Adam's going to be able to get away. Yep. For absolutely nothing more. Like, he didn't have to invest anything to see a flop there, so.
I had the 9-3 off the.
Look at those V-pips.
Yeah.
50% of the hands for Derek.
Yeah, I like it.
I think he needs to play a couple more.
Why not? Go for it. You can talk to Fat Boots Trailer Park Bar right there. I got a nice little 100K chip on the little trail fleas there. Local. That way. Please check it out. That, and you also got Better Than Your Mother's, where 15 minutes or less.
I could use some
are
cookies right
made.
now.
Oh my God! Can we go for some cookies?
Do we
Wes,
is there a
please?
button we can push and cookies?
I wish
show up?
we had a button we could push for some
We need a
cookies.
cookie button. Have we seen aces in some fire this tight? We haven't.
No,
saw
we have
kings
not seen
and
aces,
a lot of
just
ace
kings.
kings. Plenty of ace kings.
Queens.
Though.
We saw queens too. Hey, that guy looks
Look
a
at that
little
guy.
weird. Yeah, I know that guy too. Half an hour delay. Verified.
True. Okay, 4.32822. So those guys in the middling area, pretty similar stacks.
So we're kind of just where we were an hour ago. Like, like the same.
Not a
lower
lot's
people-
changed.
No.
Like, honestly, the ratio is. It's just the blinds are getting bigger. No one's had a chance to really. The blind, like they said, the blinds are chasing them. They're not really staying ahead of the blinds.
Wow.
And for Derek, this is actually the best case scenario. It might not seem like it, but for Derek, if all the stacks stay the exact same, but the blinds just keep going up, Derek
that's
wins this.
perfect.
Derek wins this tournament every time.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
everybody ends up having one big blind, and he has 3, and he just
Yeah.
they just get knocked out. Not every time, but it's
No,
totally
I
fine
get
for
what you're
Derek
saying,
if no one else's chip stack is really increasing, while his is not necessarily increasing a ton. It doesn't really matter because they just get shorter and shorter. Eventually, they have 5 big blinds, and they start knocking each other out or whatever. Now, if he can just the better scenario is he just busts everybody out, steals
Yeah.
all their chips. But what
By,
really
by
sucks.
the way, about busting people out, we do have a mystery bounty still going on right now.
Yeah, the tournament going on right now.
Yeah.
I saw the packages in front of players. Does everybody have a package? How's that work?
So basically, once you got into the money, that's when the bounty
Okay.
begins, and it's a 10K guarantee. So once it hits the prize pool, that is the prize pool.
So Derek had the chip lead. Well, we'll go back to that. Derek had the chip lead in a previous tournament. You remember this?
Yes.
And he had like a 6-4 hand on the button or 6-5, and
Yeah.
he was raised. I do worry that he did one earlier that some of the plays he make are a little bit too aggressive with risking some of the chips. Wow. Sorry, we're just trying to like take in this information.
the chat is right there with you, Wes. The chat's right there with you, bro. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Mystery bounty, by the way. So
yeah, so there was a mystery bounty. So anyway, there was a spot previously on the button.
Yeah,
with the 6-5, and it was like he ended up having to call off and show. And it was just like, because he opened a little too wide. So I do fear that he can get a little bit too risky in some spots with the chip lead. Like I said, because you lose even.
you kind of feel.
You lose 7 to 10 big blinds in this. Right
Changes.
now, and it kind of hurts a little bit. So anyway, we got a bounty timer going on. What's the deal with the mystery bounty?
Okay, so the mystery bounty is basically once everyone gets into the money, which they already are, how many players are left, everyone is then targeted with a mystery bounty. So let's just say final table is 9 players. Every player has a mystery bounty. That totals up to 10K guarantee. And
just
then
the bounties?
Yeah.
Wow.
So then you keep on playing, and you start knocking people out. That, let's just say 9th place. Let's just say you or me are short stack, but you bust me out, and my bounty was only $250. But 8th place, you bust him. You bust out 8th place. I bust out 9th place. I get $250. You bust out 8th place. You just won 5,000.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, like okay, that's fine.
Like okay.
Yeah.
Don't mind.
And the purpose is to bust out the whole table, and you just get the whole package. And then we also got the PLO that's also going on right now as well. That start at 4 o'clock. I'm sure that's also playing down to its fast final table as well. Didn't have as many entrants into that, so. Yeah, a lot of the series is targeting to the game changer, which is the satellites, $180 satellites into $1,100 buy-in. And we'll
I don't play satellites, but for that buy-in, I would consider it. I just don't know if I'm going to be up here until Wednesday. But I don't like people go play the main event in Vegas. It's 10K buy-in, and they'll go try the satellites for 1,000. I'm like, okay, if I had to buy in for 11 or 12K, that would just bother me so much. But when you're talking about, okay, now your $1,100 buy-in becomes $1,280. Because you tried one time to satellite, that's not so bad. So if it's a big, satellite, but a single table, like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem worth it to me. I've never really played. I've only played a couple satellites.
I'm actually done pretty well on satellites.
Well, I have 2. Like I think I got into each of the ones, but I felt like I ran so good that it was like I didn't.
All right, so
really
this is an all-in. 5-3 versus Jack 4.
All right, so Nikki's basically forced all in. She has a suited hand. Got some backdoor potential. And she's drawing dead.
And we have lost Nikki and 5th place. $5,720. Nikki stayed strong. Thank you for playing. $250 buy-in, 500K guarantee, Enchanted Xmas kickoff. 5th place finisher. And now there was 4.
4 players left. What are we at? 7K now? Where's the... Yep, 7,500. Wow. Wow. For 250.
It's nice. Not bad.
I should get out there and play.
Hey, I'll commentate you. I'll take 10%.
Just like walk in with a stack and sit down. Everybody's like, what are you doing?
What happened? You just knocking his chips over?
Just deal me in. Deal me in, dealer. Got chips. What's up, the usual suspect?
Oh, hold on a second.
Bro, where you ever see that? That's a fucking camp store.
I can't hear it. You can hear that?
Yeah, I can.
Beers just turned up more.
They're just saying, I think the blinds just went up to 6120. And Adam already said something like, dude, we're at 6120 now. What are you thinking? And I don't think that's collusion. I think that's literally saying, like, are you also actually thinking about possible chop?
People be like, I threw my ante out.
Now he's talking about throwing his ante out.
Yeah, I was there. In North Carolina? Yeah, I brought them all in.
Oh, that could be accurate. That could be that could be accurate. Actually, let's see what it is.
That's a nice casino, but man, I hate to drive because flew into Atlanta.
No, okay, still 50, 100, 100. So what would it be 75, 150 next? 125, 75, 150? Yeah. There we go. I know, he literally just said, if you guys didn't hear, he said 120, so I don't know.
Maybe that's what he's making fun of. Like, how could it be 120?
That could be.
That could have been what he was saying. Anyway, Paul's got a suited ace.
And Jerome's got ace 7 here.
Paul hasn't been. What's the right word to describe Paul's
He's been
play?
snug.
Been snug in
That's
some
pretty
spots.
snug.
Made some raises in some spots, but he's been able to just maintain this, which is a really good stack. This 2.6. He hasn't been at a lot of risk. Jerome, he's got a suited ace 7 and a short stack. He puts it in the middle. And Paul's back in that same awkward spot he was before with the king 10, where he's just like, oh my god, seriously?
Yeah.
Seriously, how much is it? And this is tough. Like, I think you really need to know what you're going to do before you raise.
Yeah, to
When you have that-
raise this
When you have
up.
one guy at the table that's short, you just got to decide, okay, am I okay raise folding?
Yeah.
Or
raise call.
am I okay raise calling?
Yeah.
You just need to know ahead of time, because you might find that you would have folded certain hands, like this one. Like if
And
you weren't
again,
going to call that guy,
you just gave him another
Yeah.
200. You know, you just gave him another 2.5 big blinds. Like it's just.
yeah,
All right, blinds are up 75, 125.
75, 125.
Yeah, I guess 75, 120. I did say 75, 125.
That's
and
a,
it was
I
like
mean, with the big blind ante, we get to see a lot of weird things we never saw in poker before.
Sure.
And I'm totally okay with all of it. Like, it is funny that we've always said, oh, the blinds have to be exactly double, in tournament structures. And now we're like, no, that's not true. It gave us, like, the big blind ante and the way that tournament directors were trying to organize chip ups.
Yeah.
Like, it gave us a chance to accept something that was always wrong before. You have the 300, 500 level.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
But now we can have more fun levels because we're not trying to make everything exactly
Yeah,
double.
exactly, yeah.
Oh no, it has to be 2-4. So that means the next level must
Must
be
be
3-6.
4 yeah, 3-6
It
and
can
then
never be
4-8,
3-5.
yeah,
So now
yeah.
we're having structures that are probably better for us with 3-5 and 75, 125.
Sure. But again, now, wait.
Avenge has called him no call Paul.
I have to admit, that's actually pretty. That's a good one. Avenge, I give you that one. Hand 85. It's the heater.
Smells like
It's the heater.
a good hamburger being cooked.
Oh, that could be it too.
I could eat that. Whatever the heater is cooking, sounds good right now. Smells.
Yeah.
Derek putting the pressure. It looks like a pretty healthy. That's like a 350 raise.
Huh?
350. Went with the bigger sizing. Ooh, defend. Another dominated hand. I was gonna say he's just gonna hit a 7.
Yeah.
But it's hard to play with the ace out there.
Yeah.
Let's see if Paul wants to do something funky. He has check raised before. He has led before.
I haven't seen Derek.
Oh, Derek's
do
in the
anything.
small. I don't know why I thought he was on the button.
No. Button's right in front of us. 175.
So the theory here is if you're going to raise a wide range and you're going to c-bet 100% of the flops, your
Right.
c-bets should be small. So I'm just going to assume Derek knows that, and he knows that his c-bet should be small because he's going to be c-betting everything no matter what.
Gotcha.
If you do what I used to do, which was raise everything and then c-bet half to 3/4 every time,
Right.
well, every time you get called because somebody has a better hand, you just gave up too many chips when you could have bet small.
Right.
I actually played this tournament, and I had a lot of success c-betting quarter pot in this tournament.
Really?
I'm talking almost every time it worked. I could not believe it. Of course, they have to have nothing.
Yeah,
But I
sure.
just risked way less when people did call, and I was like, oh, okay, never mind. I just had, whatever. But,
We
Derek,
cannot see the turn card, guys. Hold on a second.
I'm going to guess it's a deuce of spades.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's another 7, of course. Man, I just would love to run this good one time.
Well,
I have
he
run this
play as
good.
many pots as he does. You know what I mean? Like he's been.
But he hasn't missed any of them.
No, that's true. Relatively, Queen 9 could actually be good here too. Still.
Yeah, I mean, that card normally doesn't change anything. You know, you assume this guy's probably got an ace, or maybe he's got a hand with some Broadway cards, but not a lot of hands that are raising with a 7 in them. So, with those blinds going up, you're either Derek or you have 15 blinds or less, so getting kind of tricky now.
Yeah.
I would assume the game will move a little bit faster.
I mean, at this point, there's not even a
There's two things
to think about
yeah,
any
well,
type of chop
there's-
or anything at
no,
this
no,
point.
no.
either.
There's two things that happen in this spot. It's either going to be people start going for it,
Yeah.
or
Or this starts happening.
people all just blind themselves down.
Wait, did I just hear a call?
That's what I thought I heard.
I thought that's what I heard.
But apparently not.
Alright, so everyone's guaranteed $7,580.
Minus taxes.
Why do you have to throw that? Oh, well, I guess Paul don't care about his his button right now. Oh, no, never mind. He's coming half. I was like, to say. No, he's working on his stretches.
Paul's
Working on his
not used to
downward
being
dog,
up this
bro.
late.
Don't be that guy. Paul's got 6s here on the button. Again, I mean,
Heads up, it can go anyway, bro. It's whoever just hits first.
yeah.
That was the goal. We got all the chips like 10 minutes.
I mean, this is such a weird. Honestly, I just been raised fold. I'm worried he's going to do something more aggressive than that.
It's 300.
It's not too bad.
At this point, if Jerome shoves, I would think I'd kind of want to just call it.
But we've seen Jerome fold over and over in this spot, but most of the bets were bigger. This is the first one that was an actual non-all-in, right? He folded, was it ace-9? Or what was he folded a couple suited aces.
Mm-hmm.
So here it is again. He wants to fold. Man.
Adam right now, he's got to be doing some math in his head right now too, right? Where is he really at only 1.7?
Yeah. He just hasn't had any hands to play to pick up any. So he's just got that stack.
So relatively, Jerome and Adam's stack is almost identical at
Yeah.
this point, right? Is that the
Yeah,
complete
it
concept? I mean, almost to the point where all three players are. Pablos, 1983, good year. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Prime Family.
I would think that.
They're almost playing the exact same stack.
I mean, Adam
right? Within.
kind of needs to find a spot to bust or to play against one of these guys because, you know, every hand he plays against Derek is going to be a risk of him busting. But if he can play a hand against Jerome and, you know, where that doesn't put him all in. Wait, Jerome? No, they have the same. Never mind. Nobody's shorter. I guess they have the same.
No, they're all
Yeah.
roughly about the
So
same.
he's just going to have to play. He's just going to have to find some spots. He's been handcuffed. He can't worry about Derek on his left anymore, I guess.
No, at this
He
point,
just kind of
there's
has
no
to.
way.
Yeah, he just kind of has to like say, okay, I'm gonna have to make.
I mean,
some
Adam
moves
most
here.
definitely has tightened up, right? Because he at one
He
point
just haven't-
was
he
with the
hasn't
two
had a
chips.
lot, though.
No, he hasn't.
I don't remember ever saying, "Oh, I can't believe he folded that." Even though we
Right.
kept saying he needs to be tight with Derek on his left, he just hasn't
Correct.
really had much.
And Paul has had some interesting hands where. Oh, let's just say interesting hands.
Yeah, both Paul and Jerome have had some plays that were interesting, being a little bit conservative in spots that we would have been putting our money in the middle. And that's what's fun about poker. You get a final table like this, you get a wide range of how people are going to play. And you just can never really, you know, pinpoint exactly how people are going to react. especially out of position in the small blind. You know, nobody knows what
Yeah,
to do.
and this is where this is where Louis this is where Derek's is gonna start. Shoving every hand. I mean, Derek knows he's.
It's
open
kind of
range.
funny.
He's
I don't
like,
know if you noticed. He just looked back at his hand. I don't think he looked at his second card,
No.
which he shouldn't. He looked at a queen and just put it in, and he was just curious when the guy folded. He was
Yeah,
like,
to really
"Oh,
look again?
What did I have with
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
Oh, a
yeah.
6? Okay.
Oh, it's suited.
And the only reason,
good
only
show,
reason
good
I'm
show.
pointing that out is because I've done that so many times that like I noticed it when he did it. He was just like, "Did I have queens? Did I have queens? Did I have a queen?" Okay.
Yeah, he's mumbling to himself right now. I was like, oh, Adam knows. I mean, they're friends. They talk about this stuff. I mean,
It can be fun if Derek just like stopped getting hands, and we could see the other players try to like, you know, increase their stacks.
this is a blind. He said. I don't believe
So-
these are going to be too much more. Just like,
With Jerome having 800K, I don't know why we wouldn't just put them all in. But it looks like we raised to 375. $275.
looks too strong. Just a 3-bet here. I think like, you know.
Well,
I
the
don't
issue
know.
here, okay, the issue here is not that. The issue here is we talked about this before. You make this play, this guy decides I'm short enough to just call, and then you just completely miss.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah.
maybe you put one C-bet out and he shoves and you have nothing, and now you have to fold
Yeah, as in like you said, right now he's got 70%. He could have 70% all
and just
5
completely
streets.
miss. Yeah. So I would just go ahead and be putting Jerome all in this spot, and you know, Ace-10 suited. You know, you don't care if he calls because your hand's good enough. But see, let's just see maybe if my thing happens. You know, where he misses and now he's got a tough spot. You know, Jerome flops a 7 or something. Oh, that's a pretty bad flop for Ace-10. I'm not that Jerome is known for making moves, but is he going to C-bet on this flop? I think he's going to check.
Yeah.
Let's say Jerome checks behind and he turns the
Oh, he does check.
8 of clubs. Oh, they both turned a pair. This could be bad.
Okay, well, maybe this is what's been needed. I mean, what? Bet, all in, call, or check.
It's so
all
hard
in,
to
call?
say. Like, so
Yeah,
Jerome
I
only
mean-
has pot behind, but he's been pretty conservative. So this is a tough spot. I don't even want to try to predict what's going to happen. I say let's just watch.
No,
and see.
I would just say I
It's
would
definitely a bad
see
card
that
for.
This should be.
Oh, he just threw him the all-in button. So how much is it? How did you not know how much it was? You just bet into the shortest stack of the table and you didn't know how much he had?
All right. Jerome needs some help here. 7 and a 7 only, or we're gonna have our 3rd place, or 4th place finisher, and we'll have 3 players left.
So that
That's gonna take out.
puts Adam even farther down, where Paul chips up a little bit.
Yep. Are they talking?
I don't know, I'm just listening.
Okay, just hold on, sir. Congratulations, Jerome. Now, all 3 players are guaranteed $10,000.
That's a lot of money.
All right, so. Well, that's 1, 5. 1, 5. How many more? Does he got any more white chips behind?
It says he has 3? Is that weird?
Yeah, that can't be 3 million.
No, it's not.
That's 3 million. So he's got 2 million, or 1.9, something like that.
Yeah, unless there's some sort of $1 million chip we're not aware of. Maybe his card protector is worth $1 million. We just didn't know it.
Wait, so where's the big blind at?
Big by himself for Adam.
Oh, gotcha.
Raise 250.
Let's see a flop dealer. 5-4 suited. Let's go.
Let's go.
Adam probably was a little shocked to see such a pretty hand.
Oh.
Meh. I kind of like doing like some check raises and some stuff like this. But of course,
let's raise here.
checks behind. I would lead.
3.
Oh, there it is. He doesn't even. I was gonna say I would lead if I missed, but not like that. That's the best part.
I would have loved. I would have lead.
But the problem is he's gonna get no action now.
Oh man.
Yeah, lead small. I like it. I mean, it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna work. But he did pick up a straight draw.
You're dead. And Adam picked up a flush draw with it as well. He's hitting a straight. Oh no! See, that's why
that's
you
unfortunate.
lead out on the. That's why you bet the flop.
Well, I don't know that I would lead that flop. I mean,
he shows him. He shows him.
You could lead, but not exactly.
I don't like him showing that hand. Look at Derek.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like him showing that. Derek's just making fun of him.
You play Omaha. You play Omaha and Hold'em. How do you have 4 combos?
So we do have 3 players left here at this final table. We are at 75, 125, 125. Hand number 82.
We only lost 20 viewers since Nikki left. That's not bad.
No.
Yeah, we're still doing good. So I just want to say at this point that Derek is for sure the luckiest player I've ever seen at any final table here at Prime.
Absolutely.
There's nobody luckier than him with the way that he's been getting cards. Have you seen anybody luckier than that guy?
No, honestly, not recently. No, especially someone who I've seen actively for the last 4 months. I'm going to be honest.
Got a
I mean,
beautiful
honestly,
6-5 suit. Oh, we got hearts versus hearts. Oh my God.
Derek said he's doing it for the family.
I know the business, bro. Derek. Raise 350. I like your game, man. Actually, Derek's kind of cool. I actually kind of like
We're gonna see a flop.
And at this point,
Like how? Wait, hold on. How does Derek win this hand? Let's just talk about this. How?
Oh, he's gonna
how is
flop the
Derek gonna
straight.
win? He's gonna flop a straight. Okay.
He's gonna flop
Derek
straight.
clearly wins this hand by hitting a 5.
You ain't gonna win. I could. But get second. Ladder up. Nah, Louisiana won't gonna fucking eat your life. Just let him do his thing. Got all the chips.
Waiting for the action to catch up.
Second. Good money. 175, yeah.
Betting a call.
Just ship the king 3 in this
Paul's not feeling like he can just fold out this tournament. Turns a gut shot draw.
oh,
But I don't think he's gonna be very happy. I definitely wouldn't be happy to see an ace if I was him.
oh, I like it, Derek. I like it. I mean, you're just putting. I mean, at this point, you're just putting maximum pressure.
Dude, I don't know how I feel about this, to be honest.
I like it because I'm seeing it. I know he's ahead right now, but
What
I
is-
mean, like,
what is he trying to get to fold?
I don't know. A bluff?
He's trying to get a hand he already beats to fold, or a diamond draw. Is he trying to get a jack to fold? Wow.
I mean, he knows he's not getting an ace to fold, so maybe he's representing an ace, a weak ace.
but to
here?
get what to fold? Just like the guy had a jack and is gonna fold? I don't know. That's interesting. I mean, there is some to.
It's like going back telling that story again, right?
Well, there is
Like,
some to just ending this hand right now. Like he has a
Yeah.
vulnerable hand that someone could suck out on. So like ending the hand right now and taking the chips down, if you know you're ahead, is not horrible. But you know, there's the risk that comes with that. The risk that the guy actually has, you know, a hand that won't fold.
Right.
And now you've just that would be
No,
a
Pez,
huge,
I know what you're saying.
That'd be a huge loss if he just has ace jack and just snaps you off and you lose like 2 million in chips. That'd be crazy. And now you'd be even with him. And
But this is Derek, bro.
He's so happy, bro. Hey, but just know, boy, you making some money, you gonna.
Don't know why we can't see Adam's cards here.
You ready for the 3,500?
He said, "Are you ready for 3,500?"
what day is that?
It's Tuesday.
Oh, it's during the day one of the main.
Yeah.
I was gonna play the main.
Wednesday.
I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of edge in these like 30. I didn't see the last time we had a 3,500.
We had 26 players.
Yeah, I didn't see a bunch of bad players. It was like, oh, okay, so all the best cash game players and tournament players and all of Houston came and played. So yeah, that's a good field.
You know, the funny thing is, the series before that, there were 75 entrants, and that most definitely was a pretty.
I mean, I guess if
different field.
y'all ran satellites, it would be worth it. But I don't know about with the guys I saw last time. I just looked around. And I was like, why would I want to go play this? It's just a bunch of people that are all of similar, skill set, hoping to get luckier than the other guys.
Right.
I've been holding it in for 40 minutes.
I love you to death. Don't take it wrong. I'm just playing around. I could be out next. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm gonna take it on the chin and walk off.
Are you talking about chop?
I thought he was talking about taking a break. I heard I've been holding it for 45 minutes.
I heard that, but
So I
then
don't know.
Derek was saying something about no
So he
offense.
said,
but-
no offense, I could go out next, right? I don't know what he's talking about. Definitely, it sounds like they're taking a break. 5-minute break. Okay, guys in chat, what do you guys want to talk about? Crypto? Sports? Poker? More poker?
More poker.
What can we talk about?
We
could
got
talk
the game
about-
changer coming in starting wins. Eric, we'll start off game changer.
So I'm going to play that
Enchanted
event.
Yes.
I'm going to come in on
Wednesday.
I'm going to play at noon. I'm going to bag up the biggest chip stack anyone has ever seen.
Nice.
What do we
What
start
we
with?
thinking?
Do we know what we start with in this? Is this like a 40K, 60K, 100K? 50K. I don't know what to do with that many chips. It's kind of crazy. I'll tell a story about, like you go to Choctaw. Choctaw is the closest casino to us. A lot of us have a lot of experience with that. So you go to Choctaw, and they do like one of those double stack, triple stack tournaments.
Yep. 150K.
What is it people do when they have more chips?
It's insane.
They just raise bigger.
Yeah.
Right. So I went and played the main event my second year. Main event in Vegas, 10K. My second year. And then I played, and the whole table was amateurs.
Yeah.
And that's what happened, because they were given 50K chips, and like every hand was just over-raised and over-raised. And I got kind of caught up in it to where I was like, well, I got to play a hand. When actually the main event is the one tournament you could literally fold the entire day one, go into day two and be just fine. But I just kept
literally
thinking, I can't
almost,
just
yeah.
fold all day, when actually I could have. And I got in these hands with these guys, and I had kings twice, and it came ace high. And I was like, well, I can't just fold one bet. But they're betting pot after the raise was already two. And I just got caught up in it. I ended up busting day one, and it was one of the worst, but also the best experiences, because I learned all the lessons I should have learned about how this is the main event and you shouldn't go bust on day one, and why and how to avoid that, etc. But sometimes when people just get more chips, they just start raising bigger. There's no min raising. It's like, okay, 3 or 4x. How am I going to get people to fold their draws if I can't, raise 4x? It's kind of crazy, but we'll see what happens. On a 1K buy-in, you're not going to see as much of
I
that.
know what you're
but
talking about.
$300 buy-ins, you give those people extra chips. It doesn't even really become a deep stack tournament anymore.
Right.
It just becomes like, we just had too many chips.
Yeah.
We're just betting too much,
And then when
people
the
will
series
bust just as fast.
deep, and then you're like, wow, I have way too many
Yeah,
chips.
eventually you'll be deep at the end, but in the beginning, people are just going to play stupid.
When I played it, when I I got to our final table and I played three-handed. We were three-handed for 7 hours. That's how many chips that we
Holy
had at
cow.
that final table. When I went to the final table, I think the blinds, I mean, I had the picture still. I think the blinds were, like, I don't know, astronomically, but I had, like, almost 140 big blinds coming to the table, and I was second in chips. It was stupid,
That's
man.
crazy.
It was honestly stupid.
Eric, I was talking about both Choctaw and WSOP. I have
Yep.
played the WSOP main event. That's what I was talking about. I've played 4 times now, but also Choctaw. I was comparing how you go to Choctaw, you get those people 50K, they play crazy. Well, guess what? I went to the main event, 10K main event in Vegas, and they gave that people, the same kind of people who maybe won their seat through a home game or something, and they were playing just as crazy as the people on a $300 buy-in at Choctaw. And I made the mistake of trying to adjust and playing like I would at Choctaw, where it's like, okay, let's go try to bust somebody, you know, like I got a call with Ace Jack. Let's hope I hit something. But this is how I saw Colton do this the other day.
I've never seen
Somebody
that.
taught, Colton was teaching that new dealer, oh, this is how I would do it. And he splits them into 2 piles of whatever instead of 4 piles, and then do it like that.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never seen that.
I always thought that it was easier just to put them in 4 different piles.
That's what I did. It just
But I guess
Yep.
maybe this is fast. I don't know. See it, Pez.
My pass.
Just got me by less than 4 bags. Propose an even chop.
I hear even chop.
I'm such an anti-chopper. I'm just gonna say it out loud. I hate chops. I wish they were not allowed. It's just, to me, it just ruins the whole concept of a tournament. But I understand, quote unquote, it's the players' money. They should be able to do what they want. But it's just like, this was designed to play it out to a winner. Like tournaments where, like, I don't understand why everyone is so scared to not get a couple $1,000s more. You know, like, let's lock up. Let's make sure I lock up an extra 1,000 no matter what. And like, why wouldn't you want to play for the extra 3,000?
Nah, but see, I think if they are even in chips, I think they could take an instant, like, honestly, 35 each. That's a pretty good lockup, I would say. Or 2,500 each.
I've never played in a game where I didn't think I was the best player and that I was going to destroy these guys. So I think Derek would think that. He should have that attitude of, I'm going to destroy these guys.
Derek's not going to take anything but even money for first. You know what I mean?
Which he should never get. But, you know, sometimes you see weird stuff. I played this home game tournament. It was a $300 home game tournament, so it was a pretty good prize pool. We had 5 people left. No, 6 people left, and it paid 4. I had 50% of the chips in play with 2 off the money. They paid me 80% of first place money to just stop the tournament. And I had never taken a chop until then, and they were like joking, like they're like, "Wes, you want a chop? Ha 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 ha!"
Right.
And then somebody said, "You probably have to give them like 3K or whatever it was," and I was like, "Yeah, probably something like that," and thinking it would never happen. And then they're like, "Well, is that what you want?" And I was just like, "Wait, hold on. Are y'all actually proposing that you would give me? Let's say it was 3,400. I was like, you're proposing you give me 3K, and we stop and just go play cash right now?" Because some of them were like, "Yeah, we'll just go play cash." And so what happened was,
And
they
you're
all
6 from the money.
like, almost everybody just
Or
got
2 from the
like,
money.
yeah, and they
Yeah,
all just
okay.
got their buy-in back. And then like the one guy got a little bit more, and then I got, like, it was crazy.
It's insane.
So sometimes, you know, you can get some crazy.
Yeah.
They should never give them first place, but you never know what could happen. I think Adam would probably know better, but you just never know.
I mean, Derek might take a couple hundred off, but I don't think he would take much off.
Yeah. So
Guys, I'm going to try to listen in here in a minute and see if...
I'm gonna take a short break.
Yep.
I'm just gonna.
My throat's already itching, bro. Like, I had a cold and then fucking now smoke. This ain't helping. I've been like that for 5 days. I think I'm about to get a break.
Edibles, dude.
Yeah.
Like, make your own. It's cheaper. It's better.
I need to eat though.
Alright.
So you got first place. You got first place money in a chop one time, Sean. That's sick.
They gave Derek last time that tournament you were talking about when Derek was here. He got first place. So out here from that is stacks and stacks of chips.
I think that was the one. That was the one where there was a lot
got
of.
ace 10. This is going to be an all-in shove.
Wait, is this going to be a three-way? There's no way Paul gets in here, but. So if I'm Derek, I definitely don't call in these types of spots because my goal is to grind these guys down and win small pot after small pot after small pot until they're short. I wouldn't just try to do it all in one, third of my stack call.
That's what he's gonna do. Ace 10 versus ace 6. Is Derek gonna keep on running like God?
We'll see.
Adam's got 66% going to the flop.
Flops a 6.
And flops a 6.
Adam's got a gut shot and some 1 over.
Got some outs.
Wow.
And that's it.
Just
Adam
like
Pearson
that,
will
Adam
be
is
in
eliminated.
third place. 10,180.
When you play good, you run good, baby. I truly believe that. How much?
Down to heads up.
Heads up. HU.
So I was talking about this story earlier when I played heads up, and then it was the tight player that had folded all the way up, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention his name just in case he's sensitive about this story, but I remember thinking, man, I'm in for a grind now. I had a 5-1 chip lead, but this guy's been folding the entire final table. Well, this is going to be really a grind. And then it was like 5 hands later, we were all
done?
in and it was over. Well, I had one, like maybe it was 10 hands, but like a few hands in, I remember value betting like 2 million on the river when he maybe had 10 million or something he called. So like at that point I had like 50 million. I mean, whatever. I had just a ton of chips, and I think after that hand, it was the very next hand that he shoved Queen 8 suited, which is probably a proper shove. I just didn't expect it when I saw it from him. But I remember thinking, so I'm looking at this thinking Paul's going to really probably try to grind this out, whatever. And then maybe he just does, the first hand, he just like, maybe he gets to a point where he's like, I don't really care
I mean, at this
about
point,
first or second, like if I get out in
it's a
second place.
$7,000 difference.
Yeah.
Right? So
That's a lot of money. I would be playing the super hard. Like I'd be actually
I'd be
taking
playing
a lot of time to think about all my decisions, but
and you got King 10 right out of the gate.
didn't we have this earlier where Queen 7 versus whatever, and Derek just hit his 7?
And the answer to the question, Derek is playing any 2 cards. He has for a while now. He did shove all in with Jack 3 earlier on a raise. So, like...
Oh, that was actually a limped hand. The 7's limped.
was it?
I was watching chat after that, and we
Okay,
missed
I'm
it.
sorry.
I just didn't ever say it out loud. Yeah, he limped in, and then Derek shoved. Derek's still going to defend with this raise on the button.
Yeah.
Heads up, everything gets weird. I'm definitely not a heads up specialist. I just know that you got to play wider. What happened to Adam? He gone.
Yeah. Adam.
We cannot bring him back
busted
from the
out.
dead. He got it in with the best hand, and Derek lucked out.
Ace 6 versus Ace 10.
All right, we start out a pot going Paul's way.
Yep. Paul takes the first round.
Derek has lost his touch. Could not 3 out anybody in that hand. This is clearly Paul's tournament now. We're going to be here for 5 hours.
Clearly. We're going to watch it. Let's go. All right, we got Let's Go Paul. Everyone in the chat, 1 for Derek, or let's do 2 for Derek, 1 for Paul. 2 and 1, 1 and 2? Doesn't matter. All right, who is it? 1 for Derek.
I didn't understand why you changed it.
I don't know.
I was like, why'd you start one way? And they go, no.
I don't know.
1 for the chip leader.
Okay, one for the
Derek,
player.
2 for the second place guy.
Yeah.
2 Derek. You guys are awesome. Let's go, Paul. 2 for Derek.
See, now,
Paul's
now we
one
can't
over
even
one.
count these. 1 for
No.
Paul.
I don't know. They're saying it. 1 for Paul. They're just being funny. They're being stupid with it. Come on. I recess them up. They love that shit. Anyways, guys, thank you for being here. We've been streaming for... How long is that? Can't see it because it's all like covered.
All right, guys. 1 for Derek, B for Paul. Almost 4.5 hours
4.5 hours.
of top quality poker analysis.
I thought we've had a blast, sir.
Yet again, Derek is dominated.
At Food Bar, Fat Foods Trailer Park Bar after this. Yes, Eric, we should.
We got
I
a
agree.
prediction of King Queen versus Ace Deuce.
For the win. 1. That's a call.
So was that a limp and a check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Paul with top pair. Not much for Derek to go with.
I didn't even see Derek check. Did he check? I mean, I'm guessing he did.
Yeah.
How do you feel about check blind on heads up? Like, just like, you know, check in the dark kind of thing.
So I tried to have this discussion, when I was playing a lot of home games, there was a player that liked to check dark a lot. And I tried to, there was the guys that I was friends with and I would talk to about poker, right? So I'm trying to explain to him the mistake that he's making, and he just couldn't see it. And my argument was, there's certain hands that you're not going to want to check dark with, and there's certain hands that you are, and you're giving away information when you're checking dark. So you're not checking dark with ace queen that you call to raise with, because maybe you want to bet out on a certain board, queen high, or certain hands. Like, you're basically saying to me, I have one of those drawing hands that I'm going to check raise if I hit. I don't have pocket eights.
Right.
Maybe pocket eights on an ace 8 king board would want to bet. I don't know. Like, there's just certain things that you're really saying about your hand, and then the other times that you don't check dark, you're kind of giving information. So I just don't understand. We all know you're going to check call, check raise, and actually there are a lot of spots that people don't see that are good to lead out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go through them, but I had this conversation with Hostway when we were in Vegas for the main event about, I was telling him I actually lead out in a lot of spots. And he actually said, I bet you won't have a spot today. And I wish I had taken that bet, because I ended up sending them to him. I said, and I had one almost every day since then that I've been sending him, like spots that I had to lead out, where he literally said, oh, no, that's a good spot, actually. I agree with you. So I wouldn't check dark, because sometimes there's spots that you want to lead out. Derek with 3-5, especially a hand like that, like there are going to be some flops where you make either a pair and a straight draw, you make
flop the straight.
maybe 2 pair, or you flop a straight, but it's 3 clubs, or you're like, you don't want this to check back.
Or how about like 3 deuce deuce? Or 3 deuce.
Yeah, so my argument is you should lead on spots where you're worried that no one's going to bet and a card's going to come that hurts you. You should bet out in a spot where you could be bluffing, where a check raise would be. Wow, yeah.
Oh, okay. So Paul flops his jack.
Wow.
His animal went all in.
With an over and a gut shot. 2 overs and a gut shot.
Yep.
Adam's not in. Adam's not in. Yeah, this is a super tough spot. I don't think I'd be calling, personally. We can see that he does have the best hand, but...
Yeah, and even his percentages are only 54%.
So this is that one pre-flop raise. What's this? Call 50. This is the showing the pre-flop action.
Yeah, that's pre-flop action.
I want to see what happened in the flop.
It just looks like he just shoved all in.
Well, no, because he's got some money out there. Paul's got money out there, so this is check shove. No, because it says Derek's on the button. I didn't see the button in front of Derek, though.
Yeah. Buttons in front of Derek. He's gonna lay that down.
Yep, it's a tough call. I mean, you got second pair, but
I feel a fighting duel from Paul, guys.
if the guy just has a king, your tournament's almost basically over. What's the chip count now? What do you think?
After that one, depending on if Paul didn't actually bet out on that flop.
Yeah, it looked like it was 200 or 300, but it was hard to see. Maybe 200. Pre-flop raise was 225, so
I'd say he's over 4.4 now. To like 1.8?
what are the total chips in play? Because Derek had been listed as 6 million earlier. Do we know what I don't remember looking at what the total was.
I can see the total chips.
I don't know what's going on here. This is where I wish, of course, you can't. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Paul's only got still like, it says 2.3 and Derek's got 8, but I don't think Paul had 2.3. Remember, we thought he was off by about a million, was it? So he's probably got 1.1, is what it looked like.
Okay.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard to get away from. Top pair, heads up.
Derek started out with kings. Paul hits his pair.
Derek decides to not c-bet. Gonna set the trap.
Seems that's gonna work.
It's a draw heavy board, but oof. I was curious if he was just gonna call, maybe let a card come, because you know a spade doesn't really scare him, an ace doesn't really.
All right, here we go.
This could be it, folks.
All in a
Oh,
call.
I hate that word, folks. Why did I say that?
Peoples. I got you.
I'm embarrassed.
People. Batty.
For the win. For the win. Let's hold.
Oh.
Two jack. For the win. For the sweat. With the walk off. Can we get the walk off? Can we get the walk off?
And that's going to do it. Derek's going to take down the Enchanted Xmas kickoff event. First place is, what was it, 20,000 and some change.
$180. All right, guys, that's it.
Is this his second event that he's won here, or more than that? He won that other one, right?
Third event.
Third event.
Yeah. In the last 3 months.
Wow.
4 months? He's one of, well, no. He's won a 50K. He won this. Yeah. No, this is his third event in the last about 2-3 months. Derek, congratulations. But on top of that, Paul, congratulations.
Yeah, good job.
13,000 for second.
There he goes. 13.8, second place.
Just
good run.
14,000.
They both should be proud of themselves, because I couldn't even make it to day 2.
All right, guys, that's it. Wes, thank you for being here, buddy.
No
Greatly
problem.
appreciate it. Guys, Reese and Wes here at Prime Social. That's our live stream for tonight. Guys, we will be streaming tomorrow a cash game. Not exactly sure. It'll be starting around 7 o'clock. We will keep you informed. Please, guys, check out Wes's vlog and his YouTubes that he was talking about earlier. Everything that he stated out there, plus what he's focusing on here and with us here at Prime in the next couple weeks and months to come. That being said, Wes, thank you very much for being here, buddy.
Peace.
It's been fun. This is Reese and Wes here at Prime Social. You guys have a good one. We will see you tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Again, the Game Changer, December 8th, Wednesday, starts. $1,100 buy-in every day at 5 and 9 for the next 4 days. We will have satellites to that for $180. Guys, you guys have a great night. Thank you for the support. You guys are amazing.
What's the odds he deals with my winning hand after whatever?
Oh yeah, huh? No shit.
Hold on, Justin. Let me think about how I want to do this, bro. Because you know I got a lot of haters, you know.
rip it off.
Dude, maybe that should be it. Look, I got